Yes, should I share the screen?
So just a second, we'll have a brief introduction and then
All right.
we'll be.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Ma'am, ma'am, we are on live now.
Okay. Thank you, Anmol. Virat sir, with your permission, and Deshpande ma'am, with your permission, we are beginning with day 2 of our 2-day online international workshop on artificial intelligence and law. Can I please request Gauri to take over and begin with the session? Gauri?
Yes, ma'am. A very good morning, one and all. I consider it a great privilege to be welcoming you all to session 5 of the 2-day online international workshop on artificial intelligence in law, organized by the Center for Artificial Intelligence in Law, CAIL, in association with the Legal Research Center set up at Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune. As we move towards a tech savvy world, it has become extremely essential to know the ethical concerns AI may pose in the speed game of journalism. So, with this background, we have organized the present session on AI and ethics, changing role of media organizations. I take this opportunity to introduce you all to our very first resource person for the day, Mr. Viraj Desai. Sir is a public policy and communications professional with over 10 years of experience, having worked across diverse sectors. He pursued his master's in public policy from Terry School of Advanced Studies after graduation from Madras University. With a diploma in journalism, he began his career as a journalist with India's largest business daily, The Economic Times, covering energy and infrastructure policy developments in India. Since then, he has worked in India's largest education focused NGO, Pratha, World Bank's private sector arm, the International Finance Corporation, and one of India's fastest growing conglomerates, the Adnani Group. Currently, he is a part of the diplomatic services of an international institution. So, please join me in welcoming an amazing visionary, Mr. Viraj Desai. So, please.
Thank you so much, Gauri, and thank you so much, Revti, for the kind words and for the. I'm not sure if it's the very ideal introduction, but thank you so much for those very kind words. Uh, so yes, I am delighted to join today, and it is a privilege, and thank you so much for providing me the opportunity because neither am I honestly a technology guru, a technology expert. Neither am I a legal expert per se. So I cover a diverse background, but nonetheless, it is I'm sure very useful for a lot of people. So thank you for providing me this opportunity today to the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Law. I will just share the screen shortly. Just allow me a minute. Okay. Sorry, I'm not at all used to the Zoom part because it's banned in a couple of organizations and international ones. So
No worries, sir. Please take your time.
Do you know? I'm sorry, Revti, but are you aware of how to share this? If I can share my presentation with you, I don't know. I'm really sorry. I'm not very well versed with Zoom.
There's a share screen option at the bottom of your screen, sir.
Yes, I'm on that.
Uh, just click on the same and you should get an option to share your entire screen.
Uh, okay, one sec.
Yes, sir, we can see it now. It's
Okay,
opening,
great.
but we can see it.
Sure. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir,
Uh,
it is.
okay. Okay, great. So the topic that I will be talking about is somewhat different. Uh, it is, I mean, one may think what has ethics to do with artificial intelligence. Uh, one side of spectrum is a very abstract concept which we know for thousands of years, and one side is a technology which currently exists and is of course radically changing the global dynamics. But there is a very strong connection, and that is why I mean I will try my level best to throw some light on some elements of media ethics and of course artificial intelligence. Now this image, if it's visible to all of you, is something you might have come across. It's of course talking about our great mythology, uh, Mahabharat, in which the Lord Krishna is in some ways trying to solve the dilemma of the great warrior Arjun, who is in a state of confusion. He's in a predicament whether to pick up arms or whether to pick up weapons to fight against his own kin. Right? It's not a very pleasant scenario when you are going to kill hundreds of your own people. So this is perhaps one of the earliest times you can say ethics came to be associated as an important part of the Indian system. And in simple words, as you all know, ethics is broadly defined as morals, the good and bad, right or wrong, principles, and so on and so forth. So that we all know very well. But this scenario, I mean, it is a beautiful scenario which holds even today in some ways, at least for the people who have a lot of ethical parts. They try and see what is right and wrong before taking a next move, right? So now this is artificial intelligence. I mean, in simple terms, artificial intelligence is a technology which can solve problems very much like human mind does, right? So it is now it's a very one may think that artificial intelligence has come into the fore only in the last 1 or 2 decades, but artificial intelligence as a term was coined way back in the 1950s by a gentleman named John McCarthy. And of course, it is getting more and more complex, but it's trying to solve a lot of problems of mankind as well. And this is very evident from the kind of investments which the private AI space has seen. In 2019, the figures estimate, according to the Stanford report, at $70 billion, right? And startups, it is even more amazing because startups which are essentially started or commenced by millennials or younger crowd, they itself garnered $37 billion of investment, right? And of course, the areas of functioning I'm sure most of you have read that medicine is a very, very important aspect where it is being explored. Autonomous vehicles, I think we heard that in sessions yesterday, and I'm sure most of you have read that. Uh, and then, of course, areas like finance, areas like fraud detection, and something which I can tell you more is about the video content, which is taking the media world by storm. So, so now I come to another simple slide on AI adoption. Now, if you read the quote, I'm sure some of you might have even come across at some stage of your life. Uh, the CEO of Alphabet, Sundar Pichai, said this in 2018. Now, why does this hold significance? Just, I mean, try and think about it. Why should AI be more important than an electricity of fire? Right now, we know. I mean, I'm sure most of you have read this part that AI and its associated technologies are considered to be the fourth industrial revolution. We've already seen the first industrial revolution starting from steam engine, then came electricity, and then, of course, the telecommunications and electronics in the last century. And uh, it is said rightly by everyone that, artificial intelligence is the part is the part which will play the defining role in this century, which is why it's called the fourth industrial revolution, right? Very interesting insight, which some of you may know or may not know, is India, according to the Oxford's Insight and International Development Center research, ranks amongst the 17th, most open country in terms of AI adoption. Okay, and this is when India's AI adoption is still at a very, very nascent stage, right? It is being used in a lot of industries. It's being spoken about, but there's still a long way to go, right? And considering that, if we are in the 17th position, in fact ahead of China, it's a very big deal. I mean, I think we are doing well. um, and it is estimated that it can contribute about $15 trillion to the global world economy, which stands roughly at about 85 trillion dollars as of last year, right? You can see the screen. It shows multiple applications. I'm sure you have read, you have heard, whether it's healthcare, whether it's data security, I mean, social media, e-commerce, of course. I think all of us, including millennials, use it to the hilt, right? So there are many, many applications of the technology, and it's already being used in multiple domains. Now I'll come to because I have worked in the media fraternity. I closely follow that particular sector, and of course, I have my ex-colleagues, my friends. My wife herself is a journalist, so it's one sector which I can talk to you about. It's a very, very dynamic sector, and I'm sure whoever is watching amongst you, you also have certain perceptions about the media, which is sometimes good, sometimes bad. Now, if you look at your screen, there are four different kinds of headlines which I have, which I have put here. Now, these headlines pertain to the last 6 months, right? And this is the kind of news coming on the media itself in the last 6 months. I'm sure some of you have followed also some recent controversies and so on and so forth. So, what does this tell you, right? I mean, the most important thing. It was always the most important thing, but now more than ever, it's becoming uh, the controlling factor in the media, which is the narrative, right? Uh, so how it is perceived amongst the audience, how the audience tries to take uh, a certain narrative narrated by a particular part of the media. Uh, sometimes in favor of the ruling government, sometimes in against the government, is something for all of us to guess, right? Someone who has worked in the sector, someone who knows the sector a little better, can definitely tell you that there are vested interests, unfortunately. But having said that, it's not fair to blame the media always, right? There are pushes and pulls in each and every sector, whichever, I mean, wherever you like to think of it, whether you like to think of India, whether you like to think of the UK, whether you like to think of the United States. The media has some push and pull, right? So so it is not purely black and white as is sometimes perceived to be. There are a lot of layers or elements within this, and this is why I have, on your right side, if you see this picture, or this image, it's very nicely put. I mean, it's basically the media discourse, what what the what the narrator wants to tell you, and how you are interpreting it as a reader, right? So there's a very fine line in between the truth and the fallacious parts which come in the media. It's very difficult to make out what is right and what is wrong at times, but that is how it is. And why I'm focusing more on the screen is because please try and understand that the kind of narrative which used to exist, right, in let's go back to 10 years, or let's go back 20 years, let's go back 2 decades. Most of you might be in schools or might have just been born, I'm not sure. So the media narrative was very different, simply because of the kind of mediums which used to exist. uh, right, there were very few, uh, but thanks to the internet, thanks to the telecommunications revolution, it has changed. And this is why now more than ever you have a lot of options with you, uh, just to read on something, right? And that is a difficult thing to make out which of the particular news you're reading is the correct version, right? And we'll come to that. So this is the media landscape in India. um, Obviously, I think most of you know that it's a huge market. It's perhaps the largest markets in most of the domains. So daily newspaper circulation is 10 crore plus, which is a humongous number. I don't even think there are a lot of countries with that much population. Uh, then, of course, there are 24-hour channels that you keep seeing. There are 400 plus news channels, 381 private FM channels, right? It's a huge number. And then, of course, there are newspapers, magazines, which are over 1 lakh plus. That includes periodicals, etc. Uh, 60 crores is the estimated, 60 plus crores is the last estimated figure of the social media users in India. And that is just behind China. Now, come to think of it, China is not a democracy. We are, right? So it has a lot of repercussions, it has a lot of ramifications on what goes out in the media, right? So how the media trends are evolving. I mean, this is to be honest, this is not the only trend. These are not the only trends you will see currently. There are a lot of trends, but I have just picked up some which are very evident, which are already being used, or which are already being witnessed extensively. Okay, so for example, the mass digitization, we are witnessing this. So the digitization, the broadband percolation, uh, thanks to the recent years of Reliance Jio's telecommunications policy. I mean, there has been a massive penetration, and it will only get better. Consolidation and viability of models. Now, why I'm writing this is, please, just, I mean, for those of you who are not aware of how the media industry generally functions, is it obviously runs a lot on advertising revenues, right? And even though in India print is expanding as compared to other countries globally, there is still a connection between the advertisements that they get from the government, and which affects basically their revenues, or the kind of finance they'll have. So increasingly, media is moving towards a kind of consolidation whereby, perhaps uh, two strong companies are tying up. More companies are trying to raise funding, venture capital. All that is also coming into the picture. Explosion of content across formats. I'm sure most of you know this. This is very evident with the kind of OTT platforms, the kind of websites. I mean, the number of options, as I said to you earlier, is just so much that there is an over explosion of content. So why? Let me again give you a very small example. 10 years back, if you were to read a business news, right, there would perhaps be an Economic Times paper, there would perhaps be a Business Standard, there would perhaps be a TV channel like a CNBC TV 18, or one of these other news channels. So broadly, you would have about three, four, options to know about the world of business in India, right? But now, if you see, there are so many portals which are coming up. There are so many special apps which are being developed, which talk a lot more on the markets, which talk a lot more on the financial markets of India. Okay, so the kind of options, I mean, forget about everyone else. I can tell you that in my phone, I have perhaps about 4 or 5 apps to read about the various things which are going on in the world of business, right? So that is the kind of content explosion we are talking about. Personalization of data. I'm sure some of you know that companies are trying to, and this is where AI comes in to a great extent. Companies are trying to, develop systems through which they can deliver, content which is customized to you, right? Which obviously you would prefer. And some of you might be watching Netflix or Hotstar or one of these OTT platforms. You would have seen that if you have seen a particular kind of series, a particular kind of show, the Netflix and Hotstar try to give you similar suggestions the next day. So that is thanks to the technology and AI. Increased digital spends. uh, I mean, it's evident the companies are spending more on the digital part of their organization. Then a couple of things which I'll also tell you in brief is new regulations. We'll talk about this particular aspect in our coming slide. Then use of predictive in PR to identify crisis for clients. Now, as a communications professional, I can tell you that, generally, the traditional public relations media, public relations domain, works on, the part of relationships, building relationships with the media, disseminating press releases, right, and trying to get coverage for clients. Now, that's a very conventional way. It's been there for ages. It still is in many parts of the country. But having said that, that is now changing, right? The scenario is no longer the same as it used to be. The kind of push and pull which companies are under, the kind of reporting or the narrative which they have to face in some ways, because there are so many options of reporting in some ways. You can write a story on the web, you can write something on Facebook, you can write something on Twitter, right? So the kind of crisis or issues that can come from multiple places is something which is leading even the public relations agencies to use predictive analysis to help clients, and that in some ways is also helping them sustain the business, because clients are also it's no longer a world whereby you stick to a particular agency or an organization for 20 years. Now it's a very dynamic world. If I don't like a public relations agency, I would perhaps explore something in the next year or next a year or two, right? So this is also being extensively used now. I'll tell you why I'm telling all this. In some ways it is connected to even the legal domains that you all are in. All of these factors, I mean, the public relations part, the consolidation and viability of models, they have a lot of legal elements somewhere connected to them, right? So, and we'll talk about this in a bit. The last part of this slide, which says influencers and impactful storytelling. So I'm sure you all are on Facebook, you all are on Instagram. You know this very well that uh, influencers have a very, very dominant, let's say, reach as compared to traditional application of uh, traditional application by the organizations in order to tell their stories, right? And increasingly organizations are looking at more uh, are trying to explore different ways to do impactful storytelling. Okay, it is no longer the run of the mill just a communication through a press release or a note on their website. No, it's not that. There are different campaigns being designed. There are short videos being designed. There are campaigns around some thematic parts which companies and their ad agencies work together. So it's a very complicated and complex world uh, whereby things are changing. Let's say very, very quickly on a daily basis. So this is the OTT market. I found this just image very interesting, that how international brands are dominating the Indian streaming market to a great extent, right? The Netflix and the Primes and the Hotstars of the world are almost commanding over 50% share in the market, right? And why I'm talking about this OTT is not just because OTT is a great platform for entertainment. Fine, that is there. uh, you're able, and obviously the COVID-19, we saw that we used OTT platforms more than ever. New movies, new shows, new streaming options came across even further as people were in their homes. So but there is another aspect which is closely linked to the OTT platforms, and which is basically people have started streaming your news, your sports events on these OTT platforms. So they also will have some kind of impact on the future markets, right? So now uh, forget about the nomenclature of this slide. The this basically image, I found this interesting because it gives you a gist of how uh, the news gathering to the distribution part. Basically you can say it's kind of a supply chain or a value chain, how things go from raw state to being in a finished product, right? Like as you discuss in manufacturing, it's there also in the media. Obviously you're required to collect information. It can be from secondary sources, but of course you need to take some inputs from primary sources, and you develop a kind of a narrative, which obviously is a very, very is the most critical aspect, I would say. And then you distribute it to the various media outlets. That is the conventional way of how it used to go about. Right now, when it comes to AI, things are being uh, transformed. There are some differences which are coming about in the current world. uh, I mean, AI is being used to do the repeat or the run of the mill things which initially or earlier all the journalists used to do, right? And in India, though I would say the kind of adoption is comparatively lower as compared to international markets. Okay, so the kind of storytelling which is being explored outside, um, it's not to say that India doesn't have the art of storytelling, but the kind of technology means and the kind of changes which are being witnessed perhaps in the Western media, uh, it's very different in in India. Okay, but increasingly we will see that machine learning and artificial intelligence will be used. Already there are some startups in India which are working in this domain, and they will increasingly be adopted by the bigger and perhaps the smaller media organizations to do stories, right? And there is so this doesn't mean that all the jobs are lost. This doesn't mean that journalists or the traditional art of storytelling goes away. No, there are going to be disruptions. There always have been. And but at the end of the day, the adaptability of the media professionals will go a long way in uh, integrating them with the new system. So just to give you a background before I come to this slide, I don't know how many of you would know, but the media industry in India is roughly around $24 billion as of 2019, and it is estimated that if there is good growth, which there has been in the last 10 years, that industry can reach $100 billion by 2030. Okay, now current contribution of media in our country's GDP is just 1%. Now when I say media, it is the entire spectrum of the media. But again, before I come to the slide, a couple of other important things just to make you understand, because some of you may be aware, some of you may not be aware. Because it is not something which is spoken about how the media domain works. Okay, so of course it entails a lot of content creation, but you also have to interpret. There are a lot of creativity, as you might have noticed. So it is one of those fields where communication as a medium is used to the hilt, right? Because you are not just influencing opinion of one person, 100 people, 1,000 people. The numbers run in millions. Okay. So it is very important for the media fraternity to adapt with the new changing technologies as well. And also, to give you a small perspective on the, because see, when we spoke about the OTT part, uh, one part which I perhaps did not show in one of those slides was the kind of growth which just the video medium is witnessing because of the mobile phones, right? So just to give you a small perspective, I read about this in one of the media reports, that the growth of mobile video viewing was almost 35% in the last 5 years, as compared to something like a traditional TV media, which was less than 10%. Okay, now this speaks volumes. And currently we are at, I mean, whatever, around 800 odd million mobile phone users, 800 plus or 900 million mobile phone users, which will also increase in future. So the kind of opportunities which which you will come across in terms of the mobile video viewing will only increase. Okay, so now I come to a very different slide, not absolutely relevant, but important to understand because you are a part of that ecosystem on a daily basis. So the future of journalism, there are a lot of challenges, right? Journalism, I mean, just to tell you, I was a journalist for a short time, but I have seen the kind of challenges which journalists have to go through. But the kind of challenges which I saw, and the kind of challenges which now exist with the current crop of media professionals, or the people who are still engaged in media, is a very different ballgame altogether. Okay, so the kind of challenges which you will see will be fixing accountability. Now, if you are using technology, if you are using AI, look at the example of Google and Facebook, right? So if Google and Facebook are putting out content, and if there is some crisis, so who do you fix the accountability to? Will you fix them, will you blame Facebook, or will you blame the particular media which had reported the story, right? So there are intricacies in this aspect, and that is where laws on digital media, that is where data protection, all of these things are going to play a very, very important part. So the issue about fake news, for example, fake news or false news, I mean, the kind of disinformation which can lead to some kind of mishappening or some kind of disaster, is something which has been witnessed in the recent past extensively. And this is when, think of it, this is when the media penetration in our country is still at, let's say, 70% when it comes to TV. Mobile phones, there are another 300, 400 million which need to be covered. And of course, a lot of our population, let's say 20-25%, 20% of the population is still below the poverty line, right? So there are a lot of intricate elements which will be there because of this accountability issue. Let me give you one small example. Some of you might have read of this, that the 2016 elections in the United States, I'm sure you read some controversies related to it, that there were bots used, and basically the bots were responsible for spreading misinformation or trying to give a narrative different than what they should have, right? And how the bots work is simple, that they will put out a news, then, and bots are not like human beings, isn't it? I mean, they can go on, it's basically a system, it's machines. So the same tweet, the same information will be retweeted, will be used to share extensively, and it will go viral, unfortunately. And there is, it's a very murky domain whereby you can spread any false information, or amplify certain messages which are not correct, right? And that can lead to a perception change as well. Okay, so accountability is a very, very critical domain. It will be a very important part. uh, what another aspect of using AI in the challenges is that, what if there is insufficient data, right? Now, as journalists, they are used to, let's say, try and gather data from multiple sources. But sometimes a lot of stories run without data, or without having much data, whereas the efficiency of artificial intelligence and ML systems are primarily driven by the amount of data that they can process, and churn out relevant information. So what if they don't have sufficient data? What happens, and how do we use AI in that context? Awareness, it is very important for it is very important to know what are the facts, right? uh, I'm not telling anything extraordinary today, it was always important. But now more than ever, when you have so many mediums through which you can communicate, it is going to become a very, very challenging thing, right? And the last part of all the things, very, very extremely essential, is the authenticity. Now, how do you identify, as I told you about the bots part just now, how do you identify whether whether there is something correct, or whether there is a false information being spread, right? Let me give you a small example. I think yesterday or day before yesterday, some of you might be knowing about this farmer protest which is going on. There was a news that the leader of the farmer protest, uh, he had shot himself, or he had been shot, something like that. Now, that was a classic domain or classic part of fake news. How do you identify the authenticity of it? And in fact, the first slide which I showed you, let me just go back once. Okay, so if you go through, if you read the last headline, right? Uh, so very famous journalist, as most of you might be aware, I mean, unfortunately, it's not that the person was trying to spread fake news. Okay, the issue was that the person took an opinion or a uh, certain thing confirmed by a protester at face value, and then it turned out that that thing did not happen. So you see, but in 10 minutes, that particular tweet or that particular thing that he shared on social media became viral. And of course, later on, it was taken off. The media group apologized, and so on and so forth. But what I'm trying to essentially tell you is that there in order to verify authenticity will be even a bigger challenge for the media and for the journalists. And this is where ethics will play a very, very important role. Now, all of this we haven't spoken of where the ethics part comes in. But if you see all of these factors, right, whether it's reporting facts, whether it's reporting the correct data, whether it's having accountability of what you're reporting, all of these together, they are somewhere very closely linked to the ethical aspects of the media. Okay. uh, so this is a very, very important slide, and I'll spend some time on it. Okay, we don't have much time, but I'll spend some time quickly on this. So, media and bias. So, deep fakes, as some of you might be knowing that deep fakes are nothing but, if you can try to disguise you know uh, someone or as someone, and say something which the person did not wish to convey, right? And it has happened. It happened even in Delhi elections last year. If you go back in time, just about a year and a half, there was a video which went viral in which a BJP leader was urging citizens to vote for BJP, right? But that was a fake video, and I mean, it's basically called deep fake, and it's now increasingly coming out, and it's very, very scary. So come to think of it, a prime minister of a country making a statement against, let's say a hostile country, but in reality the person may not have said something like that. So that is a classic case of deep fake, and it can have multiple ramifications. It's completely unethical, but unfortunately, such is the world we are living in. It will only increase. Targeted advertisements. Why I mentioned this is, although companies are using this to increase their revenue, but targeted advertisements have a lot of negative impact as well. So supposingly, I'm trying to sell you a Flipkart, or an Amazon is seeing that I'm exploring an Apple iPhone every day. So it will try and target to sell, or try and more ads will keep popping up on my screen, uh, you know, just to buy an iPhone. Whether I have the budget for it or not, it's a very different thing, right? But it is alluring the customer or alluring the person to look at that ad and try and make a decision. But this is a more safer aspect. The e-commerce is a safer aspect, I would say. I mean, you can think of, you know, something when some pop-ups are coming, talking about some polarizing or disturbing views, and you're trying to influence the person who is watching that. Now that is even more scary. It can have multiple bad effects. And of course, the elements of the evil elements which exists, it's very easy to target, media organizations, and try to, put across a narrative which does not exist, right? Fake fake news part, I have already touched upon. The disinformation part is something which is prevalent all across. So so now this slide, I will take about 5 more minutes on the media part, and then I'll move quickly on the other aspects. So in 2019, just to give you a perspective, the government decided to restrict FDI in digital media and TV news channels to this percent, right? Now it has some effects on the media who are primarily looking to raise financial resources from outside. In 2020, recently, in fact, in November itself, the Indian government granted the Ministry of Broadcasting the right to regulate digital news platforms and OTT platforms. Now, on one side, you can argue it's a great step. It will help in regulation of some unwanted content. But at the same point of time, there are also arguments on the other side that the government may try and control aspects of OTT as it did in the television media. Now, whether that is right or wrong, I mean, it's anybody's guess. Uh, why I've mentioned this Australian part here and the duopoly of FBA and Google is because you will see that the kind of backlash that FB, the Facebook, and the Googles of the world are facing globally. So in this aspect, because you know why they are earning revenues, they are not sharing that with the concerned media. So now the Australian government has put its foot down and is trying to push for a law. Essentially what will happen is Google and Facebook will have to pay the particular media organization its share of the royalty. Now that is that to Google and Facebook. Now it's very ethical, mind you. They should be sharing revenues. That is something which will help the media industry survive as well, not just in India but even abroad. But FB and Google are perhaps not very willing to go ahead and share revenues. So there is a certain kind of uh, disturbance here. Now, this is perhaps one of my last few slides. This is the use of AI in the media industry. Bloomberg is already doing this. One third of its news content is being driven by the artificial intelligence. Just to give you, I don't know how many of you would have read, but Microsoft's MSN, the search engine, it replaced a lot of journalists with AI last year, and this will be a trend which may come in even in future. Organizations which I mentioned here, AP, the Reuters, Quint, BBC, some of them are in fact, most of them are very big names. They're already using AI and ML to write stories. How AI helps? Well, it helps in the routine tasks. It can search for specific reports very quickly, as we see when we try and do Google search. It can throw out interesting nuggets of information. Do fact checks, right? Slowly and steadily, the machine capabilities are increasing, so it can do simple fact checks. Translations are something which we do, very extensively in the media, and there, this particular technology is helping the journalists for sure. And of course, curate the news media part. That is also something which is coming along. Now, I'll not focus. These are basically four images of, you can say, disinformation, or a different narrative being communicated, fake news. So some of you might have seen this on Twitter, and this had some kind of implications, right? It's completely unethical. Unfortunately, there are less means to govern. That is why there is a tiff between the governance institutions and the social media institutions, because there are some regulations which need to be put in place. Not all companies are willing to follow them. So before I come to this slide, I'll just tell you something very interesting on the uh, on the regulation aspect. Now, just to tell you that, in Europe, for example, the European Commission, which is basically the parliamentary body of Europe, of the European Union, sorry, it basically has made this mandatory that OTT platforms need to show European films and television of 30% European content, right? Now, why I'm telling you this is that if there is some control by the government over the digital news platforms, digital platforms like the OTT, and if this is something which is put in as a condition, it will still promote the Indian language or Indian shows. But on the other hand, over regulation can also have some kind of consequences. Okay. Uh, another another last part I'll tell you about the media. I'm sorry, but that I think is my main core area to talk about, is the part that how AI is being used in a lot of other countries also. For example, a news agency in South Korea has already started using AI to produce news on football games. Right? I came across this. I did not know about this, but it's very interesting how the use of technology can produce news, or can generate news within fraction of seconds. So that tells you that how fast the technology is evolving. Uh, and of course, some of you might be aware that Google had paid British news agency Press Association almost $805,000 to build software that will, gather, automate, and write nearly 30,000 local stories in a month. So you are seeing AI being adopted to a great extent. In India, let me give you a small example of how storytelling is evolving. We are seeing very very curated, very niche apps. I don't know how many of you would know, for example, the Ken, the Morning Context. These are apps which are trying to tell a story which is subscription based. All right. And they it is basically a paid form of journalism, and that is increasingly going to find people's taking, right? Okay, so I'll come to other aspects very quickly. Some of these aspects might have been discussed. Autonomous vehicles, this is the market. 1.4 million, the number of units which will increase to 58 million. Basically, CAGR of 40% is what is being anticipated. The benefits, you can be sitting like this, as is demonstrated in the image. You can just be reading a book, having a cup of coffee, and the benefits, of course, will be manifold. Reduced insurance cost, environmental gains, the productivity boost for people, lesser accidents. I mean, you will see all of these coming in. But then there are some critical ethical elements connected to this autonomous vehicle, questions to ponder. uh, can I mean, who owns the responsibility? uh, More importantly, out of all of these factors which you're perhaps reading on the screen, is the part about cybersecurity and split second judgment. Okay, I'll just take 20 seconds to point out what these are. So cybersecurity is obviously, as you know, because everything will be system driven, it poses its own set of challenges. It is very easy for people who are planning assassinations, people who are planning some other kind of mischievous, things, to plot something in these kind of cars, right? They can hack into the systems, and uh, they can result in uh, a death knell for political leaders, important businessmen, and so on and so forth. Split second judgment: how does an autonomous vehicle uh, decide between what action to take the next minute? Supposing if it's between choosing to collide with a child or an adult, how will an autonomous vehicle take that judgment? So a lot of things are still in the air, still being discussed. uh, so this is where the ethical aspects of autonomous vehicles come along. Then AI in hiring. I don't know how many of you would know, but AI is being used extensively in hiring. Some of you, if you apply for a lot of jobs on their websites, LinkedIn, and so on and so forth, you will find that you just may or may not get any kind of response. That's because they're working with a certain set of machine learning or AI driven technologies, which choose candidates based on certain key elements, keywords, etc. Right? On your left are the names of the startups which are there in this space in India and globally. So the market size is $38 billion by 2027. That's what is the estimated figure. And on your right, what you see is 52% talent acquisition. So basically, talent acquisition people closely work with the HR, and they feel that this technology is useful in screening out candidates. Now, where is the challenge with this and ethics? Right? So let's understand in a minute what it is. So algorithms have no biases, no preconceived notions, only codes, things which have been put from the past. And unfortunately, in such a thing, only the process may matter, right? Like in an interview, generally when you're talking to the person, you get the EQ part, you interact with the person. There is a human element to these things. But in a future AI driven world, uh, the part about interaction may go down. Last and not the least, let me give you a case study of Amazon and why I have put this picture here. So Amazon had a tryst with AI recruitment some years back. In 2014, it employed a search engine, or it put in place a search engine which used AI for selecting staff at a high level, at basically a senior level. But unfortunately, after a few years, it was discovered, and the Reuters news agency reported that this was working in an old style, due to which it was giving more preference to men. Right? So, are we going to see a more sexist pattern of hiring? I don't know, perhaps. And that is, to my mind, scary, right? uh, so even though women in such position may be more qualified, unfortunately they may not get their due share, right? And then we are looking at human rights on AI policing. This I've just picked up from this is something which the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations had spoken about very recently. So it expressed, basically the gist of this slide is that they expressed their concern on the you know kind of mishappenings which can result due to the big data or due to artificial intelligence. So the United Nations is not completely convinced on the usage of AI, and they feel that there's a racial element to this. and we'll come to that why. Now, why I've put this picture of Minority Report, I don't know how many of you would have seen. This is a fascinating movie in 2002, starring Tom Cruise, where the part about predictive policing is being discussed. So how AI is being used, or how machine learning is being used to basically stop a crime even before it's committed. Now, I mean, it seemed like a futuristic technology way back then, but now we are increasingly seeing that the same is being used, not just in the United States, but also in some of the states in India. Now, I put these two pictures because these two pictures are of two black gentlemen who were arrested by the Detroit police on grounds of certain on for certain crimes they did not commit. And how did that happen is because the facial recognition software identified these two gentlemen in different cases, and later on it was found that the both of them were not guilty, right? So that is where the ethical aspect of using this technology will come in. So AI in criminal justice system, I'll be short in this. There are various risks associated with this. Because when you feed in certain information, the concerns of race, ethnicity, gender, all of these, there is some biased data which we are trying to feed into the technology, and somewhere it will give out a result which may or may not be correct, or which may target innocent individuals, but at the same point of time it can result in reducing the caseload in legal system. You all know of all the people that the number of cases which are pending, not just in India but even in the United States, is huge. And this is where this can act as a potential to reduce those issues. Now, this slide is basically talking about a 34 year old person who's sentenced for imprisonment. Now, again, why are we talking about this? Is because there is a need to adopt more transparent and consistent rules, and policymakers have a very important role in this. Since I am a person who comes from the media, and of course I'm part of the broader public policy domain, this to me is a very very critical element, and in future it will become even bigger. So the need to regulate, or the need to have technology in the right place, in the right manner, and of course having some checks and balances will play a very very important role. Okay, so that's about it. Thank you so much, Ms. Revti, for the time.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please request Gauri to take over and continue with the session?
Thank you, sir, for such an informative and interesting session. Sir, with your due permission, we would like to proceed with a Q&A session. We have some questions from the students.
Sure.
I request Sobhya to kindly take over.
Thank you, Gauri. Good morning, one and all. I'm here to moderate the question and answer session, or more appropriately to be called as the brainstorming session. So, we have a lot of questions, but due to time restraints, we shall restrict ourselves to only a few for now. So, with your permission, may I now begin?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the first question that we have here is human based content generation will be taken over by machines and software algorithms capable of imitating human cognitive abilities. The time is not far when we will see robots researching and presenting news. But without a human touch to it, will this system function smoothly?
Well, it's a good question, and I think partially I had answered in my presentation. See, a lot of routine tasks, as I was telling you, because I've myself been in the domain, a lot of routine tasks will be taken over by the machines. It's already being seen in a lot of media organizations. So, yes, journalists or media professionals will need to adapt very, very quickly. But having said that, to be honest, Sobia, I do not think that everything in the world will be taken over by machines. The art of storytelling, the part of having, or to see an image, on the screen, whether it's a television or whether it's a OTT platform, that is definitely not going to go away, or at least it's not going to go away entirely. Yes, the chunk will reduce. You will see lesser hiring for such profiles. So people capable of doing multiple things, whether capable of handling technology, whether capable of handling the back end part of it, and of course presenting. You may need to multitask further. Trust me, media professionals already multitask a lot. So they will need to multitask even more. So it's going to be challenging, but I do not think it's going to be taken away entirely, especially not in the near future. It might happen 10 years down the line, a drastic shift, but not in the next 5 years, and especially not in a country like India, where it's a lot of personality driven, news reporting.
Definitely, sir. That is, I completely agree to what you just said. That the touch that is often offered by human cannot be completely replaced by the machine. Definitely agree. So, sir, the next question that we have is: how do you think can artificial intelligence systems help in curbing the menace of fake news? Is there any country which has resorted to such a system?
It's a good question. I am not so intelligent to know which countries have adopted this thing. To be honest, I do not have the complete information on that. But when you see this, the thing that is causing the issue, the technology itself, somewhere will will end in a solution or in a resolution. So as of now, it is a very difficult domain to control, considering some of you might be seeing the kind of narrative which is being witnessed. But having said that, once some of the laws are put in place, right, like, let me give you a very small example in 3 seconds. Like the European GDPR, the European rule basically on data protection, is a very, very advanced step. Now, despite the fact even Europe faces a tough time regulating, the tech giants, the Googles and the Facebooks of the world, there is still a proper system in place due to which they can impose certain fines or certain conditions on them. Unfortunately, in India, it will take some time because the law is yet to be finalized and yet to take shape and yet to be passed in the parliament. Let's say the bill is yet to be passed. So once that comes in, perhaps in the next 2 years, you will see a shift of a certain regulation. Plus, this recent shift, I believe, of the Ministry of Information Broadcasting having some control on digital platforms. It needs little more clarity. So the policy is there, but I feel the policy needs to be tweaked to build in or bring in more elements to include everything. But it's only going to evolve. It's definitely not going to stay the same way.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And we can clearly see that as far as the Indian context is concerned, we still have a very long way to go.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative and engaging session. I am sure that
Thank
our
you.
participants have certainly got the answers they were looking for. Also, we'll make sure that the remaining questions reach out to you somehow.
Thank
So it
you.
was a pleasure moderating this question and answer session. I now request Gauri to kindly take over. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are very enthralled by your presentation, sir. You very clearly put forth the ethical concerns that artificial intelligence poses, and I, on behalf of New Law College family, extend a heartfelt thanks to Mr. Viraj Desai for taking out time from his busy schedule to address the gathering. It was indeed an insightful session, sir. Thank you.
Virat sir, thank you so much. The session was loaded with information. It was extremely interesting. We consider ourselves very privileged to have had this opportunity to listen to you. And I'm sure that this sentiments is echoed by all our participants as well. Thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Gauri, and thank you, Ms. Revati. I hope I was able to share something which you guys may or may not be completely aware. The idea is at least, idea is at least you should know 10% better than what you did. So thank you so much
More
for
than
giving me this.
definitely, sir. More than 10% for sure.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, sir. Thank you. We'll be beginning with session 6 in a couple of minutes. Please stay tuned, everybody. Atul, sir.
Hello. Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. How are you?
Very well, sir. How are you, sir?
Surviving in the surviving times.
True that, sir. Sir, we are unable to see you currently.
You want me to be seen?
So, if that is okay with you.
No, it isn't.
All right, sir. Then we'll proceed without it.
I would grant you the only reason is that there may be a drop in connectivity. I'm hearing an echo as well. The reason
Oh, all right, sir. So, is the audio better now?
this is better. Can you see me now?
Yes, yes, sir. Top of the morning, sir. Yes.
Good. I mean, still I'm getting in the you.
Uh, so just give us a minute, sir. Sir, is the audio better now?
Hello.
Is the audio better now, sir?
Apparently yes. No, it's still
Okay.
echoing. It's still echoing. We need to
So,
control
do
the
you
echo.
have multiple devices set up there?
From my side,
Yes, sir.
just a second. No, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay, let me just log off and log in once more. Just want to ensure that things are in the right perspective. Just give me a moment. I'll log in back. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's no echo apparently. No.
Sorry, sir, I couldn't catch that.
I said there's no more echo now. Should we start? I mean,
Yes, sir. With your permission, we can start with the session, sir.
wait.
All right. I request Gauri to kindly introduce the session. Gauri?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, one and all. I deem it a pleasure to be welcoming you back for session 6 of the 2-day online international workshop on artificial intelligence in law, organized by the Center for Artificial Intelligence in Law in association with the Legal Research Center set up at Bharati Vidyapeeth Deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune. We must not forget that technology is never going on a vacation. So let's hear what is it doing to us and how can we deal with the privacy concerns it poses. I'm pleased to introduce you all to our resource person for the session on data privacy and surveillance, Mr. Atul Tripathi. Sir is a data scientist with 16 years of experience and interest in artificial intelligence, social media, multilingual unstructured data processing and analysis. He was a big data and artificial intelligence consultant in the National Security Council Secretariat, Prime Minister's Office, New Delhi, India, working in the field of application of artificial intelligence for national security. He has even worked extensively on the AI policy and data protection policy for India. He is a member of Leaders Excellence at Harvard Square and Global Association of Risk Professionals. He has been ranked 6th in top 10 speakers and thinkers who've been influencing thoughts of the nation by speaking Asia's largest platform of speakers and thought leaders. He has developed strategies and self-learning applications using artificial intelligence for national security, IoT, IoE, IIoT, Indian railways, shipping, human speech recognition, and image processing. He has been teaching advanced analytics, machine learning, anti money laundering, risk management, artificial intelligence, and public policy analytics and its implementation at various universities, institutions, and industries. In his words, what is apparent is no truth. So let's dive deeper and find out the truth about data surveillance and privacy with our very able expert on the subject, Mr. Atul Tripathi. I humbly request Sir to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you, Gauri, for your time, and thank you, everybody, for your time. Um, an interesting topic, surveillance. We are all here. We are all being under surveillance, knowingly, unknowingly, yes. By the organizations, government, private, everybody is involved. Nobody is, playing a safe game with us, and nobody is being fair enough with us. So let's as we go about, we'll see some things happening. Um, you know, uh, what is taking place and what is not taking place in today's world. So, Gauri, can you please enable my share screening? Okay, I got it. Yeah, thank you. Can you see my screen first of all? Let me know that.
Yes, sir.
Great. So, have you all seen these two movies, classical Bond movies, Spectre and Skyfall? Can we have a yes and a no? And I don't want to do a monologue. I want to do a dialogue. It's not a monologue. I'm not here to just give you a gyan. I'm also here to take things from you. So I will be happy if people can speak out in the middle of things. And we'll be very happy to have a chaotic class because surveillance is all about chaos. It's not about regulation. It's not about being regulatory because surveillance is happening all the time in chaos. So please speak out. It's your class. It's your sessions, not mine. You are the participant. You are the takers. So feel free. Have you ever seen this movie? Any of the participants, have you seen this Spectre and Skyfall? Anyone? Yes or no?
So I haven't personally.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Even I haven't.
Okay. So let me advise one simple thing is do see these two movies. And these are the two latest Bond movies that have come out. The one that is was supposed to be released last year hasn't happened, but that's a different matter. But these are the two latest ones, and both are talking about one important aspect of life: surveillance. So in the first movie, The Spectre, you know, uh, there is this James Bond, and he's got his very famous rival since time immemorial, called as Ernst Blofeld. And Inspector, what he does is he sets up a committee, and this committee is constituting of a set of nations, not only companies. It's about set of nations who go about collecting information. And the purpose of this committee was supposed to be noble, quote unquote, to prevent terrorist acts. But the system takes over, and then how it begins to abuse this collection of information and how Bond intervenes in order to sort this problem out is the theme of the movie. And if you look at the two ones at the bottom, these two, these are the two ones where, again, this is about Skyfall. Now, Skyfall is again in the same realms of data surveillance. By the way, Mr. Sylvia, who happens to be the villain in this particular movie, Skyfall, and I really like this image because he's saying something. He's saying that if you want to manipulate a government elections, tell me, it's done. Pip, it's done. That's what his exact words are. Pip, it's done. You want to manipulate a stock? Pip, it's done. You want to manipulate election results? Pip, it's done for the highest bidder. So I really like this character. And by the way, this is not fantasy. This was actually this concept was introduced by the makers of the movie from based on the concept and the theory from a University of Pittsburgh. So he talks about this concept, and this entire system that he's put up. You see all these gadgets that are there. They're actually high-end computers, that that's been put up. So all this information is being collected, by the way, and you can do it. I have designed systems which can collect information and do all kind of analysis on a real time. And what is this quartermaster Q? This new guy, a kiddish looking guy. What does he do? He is creating surveillance systems. He's helping Bond to escape from the surveillance system. So the entire world of surveillance is no more a fantasy. It is there. It is happening in front of us. So Bond movies are no more fantasy movies. I would suggest all the people who are technology enthusiasts, who are interested in the field of technology anyway, directly, indirectly, even for the sake of giving gyan to your friends, just go and watch a Bond movie. You'll have enough gyan to give around. So trust me, these two movies are really good, and they talk about this entire surveillance system, and that's what our topic and the focus should be. That brings me to the question: is okay, we are having surveillance, but what are we having surveillance on? It's about data, the information. What is data? It's a raw information. And what are we trying to protect? We are trying to protect ourselves on based on what? The data that we have. So we are having a data protection, the concept of data protection, which is which is about data security and data privacy. So data security is about legislation, regulations, and all kind of how do you handle your third-party data and what are the best practices, global variations, this, that. But that brings me to the question which Viraj was just talking about, my previous speaker. Mr. Viraj said, there's a bill that is pending. So I'll just briefly, I'm sure all of you must have read it, or some of you may have read it. But what exactly is this, bill all about? It is talking about giving rights to certain individuals. It's obligating that how is your information going to be stored and processed at this time period in life. There is no regulatory mechanism, so I can do whatever I want to do. I'll just give you an example, a couple of examples before I move ahead. But the question happens to be, where did this idea come from? It came all the way from this particular judgment, Justice Case Swami versus Union of India and others. This was this was the place where this entire data protection concept started off in India, and that is where we had this Sri Krishna Committee report, and then the Personal Data Protection Bill, or PDP as we call it, which, as correctly pointed out, that that it's still pending in the parliament. So hopefully, when the parliament session has started yesterday, we are expecting that this would be passed in the coming days, particularly in this particular session of parliament. And I'll also give you a reason why it is important for all of us in the due course. This is just a general stuff. What are the type of data that they have defined? What is the personal data? What is sensitive data? What is critical data? So where can you keep this? What is applicability? What are the types of data where you need to have it? How critical is a piece of information? So anything that is about you as an individual, which identifies you as an individual, is considered as a very, very personal data. That is what you are. But question happens to me, why is this so important for me? When, what effect does it going to make to me? So let me put it to you this way. Say you are a person, anyone. Mr. Revati, may I take your name with your due permission, if you don't mind? Hello, Gauri, are you there?
Yes,
Gauri, are you there?
Yeah, Gauri, are you there?
yes, sir. I'm here.
May I take your name with your due permission?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Great. So let me give an example. So if I was to know everything about Gauri, what does she do? Where does she meet? What does she eat? What is her preferences in clothes? What are preferences in sports? What are preferences in movies? What everything about Gauri? If I know A to Z about Gauri, just imagine the way I can manipulate her. I can easily manipulate her. And this is what the companies, big tech companies, are trying to do. They are trying to gather information about us so that they can push information based on our likings slash preferences. Now that's not being fair with me. I should be given an uninformed choices to be made. I should have the freedom to make a choice. Nobody else should make it. But if I begin to do that, if I begin to push information to Gauri, this Gauri, only this is valid for you, only this is good for you, what happens is slowly Gauri becomes my kind of, she becomes a robot to me. She begins to follow whatever I'm saying. Now that's what the technology companies want. Now they want to revenue, they want to monetize this information. And therefore, there's all this concept of data protection where you're going to have a data fiduciary and a data protection officer, which is going to be talking about all these things. But what is the penalties point? Now, question is why this penalties question and why is there so much of a hubris and an interest, I would say, around the data protection? You see, the reason is that till now nobody is liable for whatever you do. Your data is lost. I will not name few companies, but in the last year, I have prepared a lot of little companies. Data was lost. All they said was, sorry, we lost your data. End of the story. Nobody could stop them. Now that is not going to be happening. Once the bill is passed, you see the kind of penalties that they're going to be liable to: 15 crores or 4% worth of organization's total annual worldwide turnover. Worldwide turnover, not India turnover, in fact, whichever is going to be higher. 3 years or a fine of imprisonment. So actually, the top management will be held liable. That is where a lot of interest is being generated. This is where a lot of things are happening. Another important issue is that of child protection, the protection of the child. Now, children tend to get onto the social media, but parents also tend to get onto the social media and share the children's images, videos, whatever it is, out of the love for the child, whatever it is. But if I am going to process any child's information, if I'm a company and I'm going to process any child's information without the consent of the parent, you know, there is going to be a huge liability on me. So these are some of the key points. Now coming back to the question of why this hubris and interest, sudden breaking of interest as far as this data protection bill is concerned, and of late, and particularly since I would say this last 20-25 days, now all of us must be aware of the fact that there was a huge controversy regarding WhatsApp that has taken place. What is this controversy all about? First, let's try and understand that. This controversy is about your information, your data. What actually WhatsApp says is it's going to pull up your data. By the way, both WhatsApp and Facebook belong to the same company and same organization. I hope everybody is aware of it. This The majority stake is held. 65% stake is voting rights are held by a person named as Mark Zuckerberg. That's the truth. What is this company trying to do is it says I will take your data and I will push it on the Facebook, which happens to be another parent company of WhatsApp. And what that going to happen? When I push that information on Facebook, you will begin to get advertisements slash choices slash preferences display based on your activity on WhatsApp. Now, there are a lot of information that is being floating around on WhatsApp. Some are extremely personal. So there are, I mean, enough number of jokes that float around, around these things. So let me give an example. What happens when this kind of a thing happens? So pardon me for this particular piece of information, but since we are all adults, so I'll just give an information what actually happened, and this is the truth actually, and this has happened in Spain. So there was this young couple recently married, and they had installed one of the listening and slash talking devices, Alexa, Siri, all these things. I will not name the device now. So they had put it up on their bedroom, and being a young couple, they used to have their own personal talks, which is very natural. Out of a blue, I mean, out of blue, one fine morning, a box of condoms is dropped on their doorstep. But they said, we never ordered this thing. We never ordered a box of condoms. How did it land up? So it turned out to be that they were being listened by Alexa. This information was collected, processed, and the device actually, I will again not name the device. This actually device collected, processed the information, and pushed it onto their e-commerce site, which in turn delivered the product after billing them. So this entire thing happened automatically without they being even aware of it. Now you would say, what is the big deal out here? But your privacy is under threat. That is the big deal out there. Nothing else. This is what the entire controversy regarding WhatsApp has also cropped up. If I come to know, if my Facebook comes to know what am I talking on WhatsApp, then what happens? So much of information that is there. We all tend to share a lot of jokes, a lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts. Just imagine somebody begins to hear those ideas. I am sharing something with you with a due confidence. Now, in due course of time, if that becomes a public information, just imagine where we have landed up. And that's why this entire data protection bill begins to play a key role. Because you see, this WhatsApp controversy that is broken out is not going to be applicable in case of Europe. Why? Because there's something called as GDPR, Global Data Protection Regime. What does it talk about? It says that the very fundamental idea of it is that and therefore this entire chaos would exist. And that is why this entire data protection bill has become very, very important in our life today. That brings me to another question is about surveillance. Surveillance has become an extremely important. Now, as I said, surveillance is happening at multiple levels, at the levels of the companies for their own monetization of information and data. By the way, just continuing on what Mr. Viraj had talked about the media and things, so there's a huge controversy that has broken out currently. And this is a very interesting one. It is happening currently in Australia. So Australia has passed a bill which states that every big tech company which is going to be there and which is pushing information or news items on their platforms will have to pay back a sum of money to the content generators. So big tech companies, the Googles and the Facebooks of the world, they are merely content providers. They're not content generators. So content generators are your, TV channels, media channels, whatever you want to call it, anybody. So why should a content provider monetize your data, the content data, while the content generator gets nothing out of it? That is where the bill has been passed. And the Australian government says that any kind of monetization would be taking place. So that means every time some amount of money is earned by the big tech companies, they will have to pay a part of the money to the smaller media houses. And that's what the controversy is all about. Their question happens to be that the big tech companies are saying, why should we pay that? That's our content. The government says, no, you are merely a content provider, not a content generator. And the situation has come to such an extent now that Google has in fact threatened to stop its services in Australia. It has said very clearly we are not going to do it. And the Australian government and the Australian people are saying, fine, you don't want to do it, go ahead with your life. We have no problems with it. That's what we have come down to, content generation, monetization of data, information surveillance, everything is happening. And these are all interconnected. Then there's nothing, in silos. And that brings me to the question of Chinese. Chinese are, we have had this, we'll discuss in the due course of time, how this big brother is watching you all the time. Because what has happened is they're keeping tabs on the populations across the world. So they look at the case of this Face Plus Plus. Now, this is a very famous Chinese, facial recognition software that they have produced, and it's a company. So if you look at the funding patterns, they're coming all the way from the government. So Face Plus Plus may be quote unquote public sector company in China, but actually the backing comes all the way from the government. Similarly, companies like Ant Technologies, Alibaba, they may be having a front ending of the private sector of an individual, but behind them, the entire thing is happening in from the Chinese Communist Party. Now, what has happened in China particularly is that they have got inside the mobiles. Now, why are they doing it? The reason is they want to control. See, Chinese basically have a society which is very controlled in nature. They're very scary people. They're not like any other open society. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get inside people's mobile. So now what they've tried to do is not only within the physical boundary of the People's Republic of China, but all the Chinese that are residing outside the physical boundary of People's Republic of China. So they have got into the places like Istanbul and US and other places where they're getting inside the mobiles. They're launching applications, and the funny part is even Apple as a company was completely unaware of the fact that Chinese Uyghur Muslims were being targeted using iPhone as a means. And they had launched a campaign and where they were monitoring all kind of discussions that were taking place, because iPhone has a very, very high level of encryption. In fact, the encryption level is so high that even CIA had to go all the way to iPhone for a request for an encryption breakdown in order to catch a terrorist, and they refused it. It went all the way to the US Supreme Court, and US Supreme Court held the upheld the iPhone's Apple's rights of not refusing to share its encrypted codes to CIA. So this entire game has become very difficult, and very, very different level of game is being played around. And China becomes a very classic example of how this game is being played around by the country. So you have this, Tibetan autonomous regions and the Uyghur Muslims that are being continuously being monitored, and they're all that they're doing is they're collecting information. All that they're doing is they're just informing, they're collecting information about individuals at the level, and then they try to figure out what is happening. So one of the biggest thing that has happened is about the abuse of the AI-based technologies. Now, when I say AI-based technologies, it's about collection of information and bringing out an internet and bring out an interesting insights from the raw data. So the surveillance is happening, and the Uyghurs, the Tibetans, the Falun Gong movement, the Inner Mongolia, it is a reality. It's no more a fantasy world we are living in. And this is all cheap technologies, by the way. They're very dirt cheap technologies. All you have to do is to put your head to it. The problem is being sorted out. So what they do is they keep on. One of the ways they do it is that they keep on looking at the video camera feeds, and they collect all their video camera feeds at every given from every given point to a central location, and then they start to recognize which Uyghur, which Tibetan, or which sensitive, so-called, as per their definitions of sensitive, quote unquote, people are coming around, who is being coming, where is he moving, all they have all the Facebook face data in the databases, photographs are there, the real-time attentions are being paid. Just imagine you are living in a society where you are being continuously being monitored. Now do you understand, and I hope you appreciate where all this problem begins to flow, and where do we begin to feel uncomfortable. Now just imagine you are being monitored 24 into 7, 365 days. You are going to your friend's house, you're going to your neighbor's house, you're going to your relative's house, and you are being monitored. And this is happening for one individual, it begins to happen for all the individuals, and you are being targeted. You are being targeted as you go about in your life. What would happen to you? And the Chinese have taken it all the way to a different level altogether. This is where the problem starts. This is where the problem and it has started to become even more grave as the time has passed. So the world is no more living in a silos world and a sleeping world. So companies and countries have begun to realize. Now they have this IJOP program, So what they do is integrated joint operation platform, in fact. And by the way, if anybody is technically interested, this integrated joint operations platform source code is freely available. You can just go to a website called as github.com. So all those who are a bit technically inclined people, I would suggest that you just go down to this platform called as github.com, and you can go to this and you just go there and type integrated joint operations platform. You will get the entire source code. So what are they doing? They're collecting information. They're collecting who is coming, what is your name, which foreign contacts you are with, are you in touch with, what is your name, what is the color, what is sexual orientation, what is your preference. Every little bit of an information is being collected about individuals whom they consider as a quote unquote sensitive. So time called integrated joint operations platform being collected in a real-time basis. And all of you are being, and all of the so-called, quote unquote sensitive people as per their set of people are being monitored. That brings me to another question of monitoring itself. Now this was this last year, it was Genua. Genua is a company based out of China, which actually talks about where they collected information, and they collected information not only within their country. They took the application. They took this thing to a different level altogether. They went international, and they started collecting information from all the people of important people that they considered as important. So in the Indian context, what they did was they started collecting information about Modi, Prime Minister Modi, President Kovind, CDS Bipin Rawat, Sonia Gandhi, former prime ministers Manmohan Singh and others, defense ministers. A lot of these, about 10,000 plus individuals were there in India who were being monitored, and about 100,000 people from US. Similar, a large number of people in Australia. Now, question happens to you: what are they trying to do? So just imagine you went to a particular place 5 years ago. You are visiting that place again. Doesn't that indicate something about you? You are in friends with somebody. Again, you are getting in touch with somebody else. So all the dots can be linked together, and a large database can be brought together. So what actually they have done is they have taken it to a new warfare, a new level of warfare, which is called as a hybrid warfare. So what they've done is they've collected all the information from your open source media, where they've collected it and organized it, along with the social media. Where were you? What were you discussing? What were your political preferences? What were your economic preferences? What was your thoughts? What is your ideology? Whom were you supporting? Everything is being collected, and this is a real time.
Atul sir?
All these things. So what they've found out that if we do not ban these applications, data leaks, you can just go to the internet and see what is happening in our context, but it's out that if we do not ban the oh, yeah. Yes. Hello.
There was some audio problem in between, sir. Now you're audible properly.
Yeah. So where did I miss out from here?
Yes, sir. Please continue. Please.
Do you want me to start from here or just continue from where I had left?
Sir, I believe there's a problem with your share screen as well right now, because we're still seeing the key definition slide.
Has it stopped? Let me just start again. Let me just stop the sharing and let me just start again.
All right, sir.
Just a second. Just a second, please. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can. Please continue.
Where did I lose out? From here, or which place? From here?
We were, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. What I was talking about was about this. Did you get to this point where we're talking about Pace Plus Plus as a company, which is being backed up by the Chinese state and Communist Party, and where how they're keeping a tabs on people, individuals. Similarly, we talked about the inside, the big brother being inside your mobiles, where your Apple as a company itself was completely unaware of the fact that the mobiles were their company mobiles were being used to track Uyghur Muslims,
Yeah.
and how Chinese tech companies have started a large scale surveillance to subdue the minorities in their country. That also brought us to the question of Uyghurs, Tibetans, Falun Gong members, Inner Mongolia members, whom they considered as sensitive, quote unquote, sensitive people, and they want to monitor where they're moving and how they're moving and what they're doing. So that is what was important, and what they're trying to do is they put up camera feeds and all the other sources at one place, and then they try and figure out where the movement of individuals are taking place. So just imagine the kind of thing that is happening. The integrated joint operations platform that we talked about, it talked about the way in which information is being collected at one source, and how this is being organized and kept in a database so as to ensure that people are being monitored 24 into 7. And then we talked about Genua data leak. I hope you can see the screen now.
Yes,
Yes.
sir. Yes, sir. We can.
This Geneva data leak, this was last year about, if I'm not mistaken, June, July, where this entire thing broke out, and this is a new hybrid warfare where they're collecting information not only within their country, but they've gone international all the way. So they are looking at all they do is they scrape the internet based on individuals that they want to find out about, and then they build up a timeline of information all the way from zero. So whatever information is available publicly, they collect that information from multiple sources, including social media, and they keep it in an organized fashion. Because if you observe very closely, what happens is, if you collect information about an individual over a time period, you get to see a clear cut patterns about the individual. You get to understand how that individual behaves under what circumstances, and this is what has happened. So what they did was they targeted about 10,000 plus people. That included industrialists, pure politicians, all the way from the president of India to prime minister to the opposition leaders, the important people within the forces, outside the forces, private sector individuals, including the big industrialists, important people in the public life. Everybody was being, all that they were doing was they were collecting information, and they were keeping it in a database. And all this was freely available. By the way, let me be very frank with you, this is a very much doable project. So this is not a fantasy world we are living in. Genova data leak is no more a fantasy. I can tell you with every piece of information and every experience behind me. That also brings us to the question of why did we ban the app? Because when the banning of the applications were taking place, two things were happening. Obviously, the fights in the Galwan Valley that was taking place, and also the fact that government was also watching what this Genova data leak and other things that were taking place, and the fact that how the Chinese have been monitoring the people, their own people, and the others, and they were having, and the government realized that they are engaged in activities that are prejudicial to the sovereignty and integrity of India. Because if I get to know everything about important individuals or individuals about a country, then I can manipulate that country the way I want to do it. So it's, so I mean, these are facts. These are no more fantasy world. So a lot of people come around complaining, why ban the Chinese apps? They do not even realize why ban it. This has got no more political color. It's about your privacy. It's about your data. These apps would get inside your phone, take away all your contacts, take away all your mobile numbers, take away all your SMSs that are floating around, take away all the information, and they would take away your photographs, and then they would keep it in a database, process it on a real time to figure out your behavioral patterns. Now, I'll just digress and I'll talk about one important issue that is taking place. It's about the Chinese loans that have been taking place, right? There's a huge controversy that has broken out that certain Chinese companies have been, if they were involved in so-called loan application scam. I'm sure some of us would have read over the internet or newspapers or even heard over television sets. What was this all about? How did they do it? They had these apps gave them application, these apps gave them the information who are the vulnerable people, and then they collected information on those vulnerable people, and then they used that information to target individuals and broke out.
Yes,
And this,
Aditya, we were unable to hear you for some time.
yeah, now is it better?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. So what I was talking about, this entire Cambridge Analytica scandal that broke out, the roots of this Cambridge Analytica scandal comes from a game called as Farm Villa. So I don't know how many of us have played this game. At least I haven't, because I never liked playing games on Facebook. So what actually this Farm Villa did was it allowed you to play the game, provided you gave it the access of your Facebook friends. So this was a game that was floating around on Facebook platform, and people got addicted to it, and they really started liking the game. And they did was they collected information about 30 million individuals in the US, and they did psychographic profiling around these individuals, and that is what Cambridge Analytica was all about. So the entire controversy about Cambridge Analytica comes from this entire controversy. That's why was Donald Trump such a big issue in US 2016 elections, and how was he correlated to the Cambridge Analytica and Facebook and everything else. This is where the thing was. They collected information. They had done this experiment using Farm Villa. Then they installed an application called as Cambridge Analytica within the Facebook platform. They did psychographic profiling of the individuals. They looked at their likes, dislikes, and who was doing what. So it was a very interesting thing, Hannah. So what they did was they, based on your browsing patterns within the Facebook platform, they figured out whether you were pro Donald Trump or against Donald Trump. So if you were pro Donald Trump, they would push information continuously about Donald Trump and highlighting his glory. Whereas if you were anti Donald Trump, they would continue to push information against Hillary Clinton and tell you that how bad or what things has happened, as a controversy has happened as far as the leaks of the emails are concerned. So there was a huge thing that took place, and that's how they built up your thing. And then kept on pushing information, and they made a lot of Fence City voters switch to Donald Trump completely. This is no more a fantasy world, and that's what even in fact, this should not be Donald Trump, it should be Joe Biden. In fact, that's what Joe Biden has also done. There's a company called Amplify.ai, and that's what Joe Biden has also done in a way. He has applied a company called Amplify.ai, which is actually a chatbot. So you feel Joe Biden is talking to you, but it's not Joe Biden who's talking to you. It's a chatbot that is talking to you. And again, this Amplify.ai was used on Facebook platform to push information, to make you feel that you're confidently talking to a form who's going to be a person who's going to be a president of the United States of America. But that was not the truth. Now that that brings us to another point of concern, is how these big tech companies are building up surveillance systems for hardcore regimes like Chinese. So they have this company called as Dragonfly. There's this project called Dragonfly, which Google had started up, and it was all about having a censored Chinese search engine that were being built. They were building for Chinese government, but they had to finally back it off in 2019 because there was a huge uproar, and there was a huge amount of, I would say, backlash from within the organization. So if you see Hikvision is It's a Chinese company. But you look at the components, Nvidia, Intel, Seagate, Western Digital, all of them are coming from the Western world. And all of them are helping, these big tech companies are helping the build up the surveillance systems for these Chinese companies. Another thing that is broken out is the 5G of the world, the Huawei and the ZTE. Now, why is it such a big issue? Because these companies are providing you cheap telecom platforms, which is ensuring they have a backdoor entry. And that's what is being, and these companies are being backed by Chinese governments, which are giving Chinese loans, in terms of Chinese loans, grants, tax breaks, discounted land sales, everything. But the entire idea is not to give you cheap, surveillances and give you cheap, telecom background backbone. But the idea is to collect information from your system, to get inside your country and collect information at your system. Another thing that has happened is now, which actually Facebook had to shut down, was their Onavo platform, where it was a VPN software and it was actually a spyware. So even if you would not use the spyware, it was still collecting information from you. So the surveillance systems, what I'm trying to highlight is the surveillance systems have gone to a different level altogether now. Now let's take another one, another case, the Capitol Hill surge that happened a few days ago. Question happens to be, how are they going to face or figure out who was there? So what they have started to do is they have started to look at the facial recognition, based on the facial recognition technologies, that based on the cameras that were installed in and around Capitol Hill, they are finding out the perpetrators of this violence. They are looking at the social media profiling. They are looking at the location tracking. So they are working with very closely with the telecommunication companies to figure out who was present at that time period. Combine that with the facial recognition technology and the social media profiling that was happening. What is your likes, dislikes? Which way were you leaning? Were you there by accident or were you there deliberately? If you combine all these three things, the entire picture emerges who these individuals are, who these individuals, what were they doing, why were they there present, were they there merely as a bystanders or were they there as a protesters who were taking the siege of the Capitol Hill. That is what I wanted to talk about in this particular session regarding the surveillance. I'm sure that some of you would have realized where we are heading and how we are heading into the which world we are heading. That is what we were trying to get to. So I'll be very happy to take any further questions down the line. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It was like very extensively you've covered all the aspects of data surveillance and the need of data privacy.
Thank you.
Now we would proceed with the question answer session. I request Sobhya to kindly take over.
Thank you, Gauri. Good morning, one and all. I'm back with the question and answer session or the brainstorming session. So we have a lot of questions pouring in, but due to time constraints, we shall again restrict ourselves to only a few for now.
Anything as per your thing. I have no problems.
Okay, so
I have
here is the
deliberately stopped in middle because I wanted to give everybody a chance to have their thoughts together.
that is so thoughtful of you, sir. Thank you so much. So moving with the first question, we have, can we predict that there will be mass violation of fundamental right to privacy if AI tools will be used in the domain of social media? The statistical data or the data compiled through surveys are vulnerable in nature and can be used against people. What are your views on that?
So yes, they are vulnerable to people. There's no two thoughts about it. The social media data, as I said, even during our session, as I said, if I just figure out your behavioral pattern based on what you're doing on social media, I can immediately figure out what you're trying to do and where you're trying to head. So just imagine I am in a position where I can see what you're trying to do, where I can understand your political leanings, your food preferences, your likings, whatever you want to call it, and just imagine if I begin to, and by the way, this is no more a fantasy, as I said, Cambridge Analytica was one of the examples, and so has been the case of Amplify.ai, and this is no more fantasy world. So it is happening. Let me be very frank. And all I need to do is combine with your age profiling, your last voting patterns, preferences, which area you. So let me take the case of India. If I was to do this, I would figure out, based on your area, where did you vote? What was the patterns out there? Do all the mathematics, give you all the results. Simple.
Okay, right, sir. Sir, do you think that teaching a machine to forget something is an important factor, given the discussion on the right to be forgotten?
How do you make a machine forget something? You
Exactly,
can't.
sir. Yeah,
You
exactly.
cannot. It's a dead piece of meat. You see, you're not dealing with an individual. And even if let me be more interested, let me put it more interestingly. If you put an individual, if you tell somebody, don't forget this, he or she will remember it throughout his lifetime. So that's first point. That's on an individual aspect. Second comes in the question of, how do you teach a machine to be forgotten? Well, the only way you can do it when you delete the information all the way to the backups that you have kept and break all the links to the information. That's the only way. Otherwise, no, it's not possible to make a machine forget anything.
Okay, sir. The next question that we have says, how do we handle the intersection of bias and surveillance in AI system? Like for instance, if a biased algorithm is running on the cameras in a local mall, pinging the cops because it doesn't like how a particular group of teenagers look.
So that's where the training comes in.
Sir, we can't hear you.
Just give him a second. I think there's some network.
Pattern. Yeah, sorry. Oh, hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible now.
I missed it because of the fact that there was a disconnection of the services. So what I was saying about the biases and data is very interesting points.
Sir?
Yeah.
Atul,
Hello?
sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Please continue, sir.
There was a connection dropout.
Right.
What I was trying to say was that if you're trying to build up a system which is biased, where you have said that this is the kind of data where you're fed into your system and it says only this kind of people are good and that kind of people don't look, because this is coming from your mind's bias. This is not coming from the system bias. Okay, that's your in the mind that you're saying that this kind of a person, if I look at this person, so let me give you an example. Is every tall person who's very well built, perhaps dark skinned in color, is he very aggressive in nature? Has bulging eyes? Is he very aggressive in nature? No, it is not, right? If you look at the profiles of serial killers across the world, they're very docile people living among all of us. It's not as per our understanding of the serial killers that we have in our fantasy world. So don't build in bias. When you're building up systems, don't build in biases in them. You will have fair enough results.
Thank you, sir. That I think really helps us to know that there should never be a bias in the minds of the machine.
It should
Moving
not be
further,
biased, it should not be biased even in our minds. Forget about
even
everything.
in exactly, sir,
Right.
even in our minds, that is a virus anywhere, even in the
The
human
bias
or in the machine.
flow. That's where the bias begins to flow. It begins to flow from our minds, and therefore it flows into the systems, and therefore it begins. This entire system begins to abuse. So it's nobody's problem. It's our fault. We are blaming it on the system. No, it's not the system's fault. It is our fault. Start blaming yourself for the problems.
Yes, sir. Can't agree more. Okay, moving forward to the next question. What approach do you think companies should adopt regarding the AI systems with an increasingly skeptical audience? A full disclosure approach or a need to know basis approach?
More clarity would. When you say need to be on what basis, for whom, for what? What are you trying to get to your achievement? That's very important. So, frankly speaking, I have not been able to figure out the question itself.
So basically, what we are trying to ask is like a full disclosure approach. Every second step will be told to the person, and a need to know basis approach is, I think, what we are following now. That they only in the beginning of any process ask you, sir, we need your permission, and then we really do not know what is happening.
So let me give you this example, and this is a very interesting thing again, and this is very unique again for the Indian Data Protection Bill. So the Indian Data Protection Bill says that apart from the fact that you have to spell out your things, regarding the consent, two important aspects have to be covered. One, it has to be multilingual, and two, it has to be understood in a language that is easily understandable by the common man. So legal jargons, I know you are law students, you understand the legal jargons better than I would do. But as a layman, will I be able to figure out what does this mean and what does that mean? The bill is very explicit in that concern, that you will have to give information when you're seeking data from somebody. You'll have to tell that person in very simple languages, this is what this would mean. Not currently when we look at any application we install, we look at this up to down. Oh God, what is this? Okay, accept, go ahead. Who's going to read this? So that
Yes,
bill
sir.
is explicitly in that regard.
Absolutely, sir. Obviously, coming up with long sentences when nobody's interested, then that entire purpose only gets defeated.
You see, that's where the legal jargons run. That's where the lawyers make money. I'm not
Exactly.
I'm not saying anything against the legal fraternity. I mean, all of you are legal students and law students, and your faculties are there. I'm not against the legal fraternity, but just that you have to be careful when you're dealing with the common man.
Right, sir. Right. Moving forward to the next question. India being a developing nation, furthering towards the coupling of technology with different sectors of employment, what, according to you, shall be the suggestive measures that the policy and lawmakers shall take in order to strengthen the data and cyber securities?
Now you see, when you quoted this question, just imagine how long this question was and how complicated the words are. Going back to your previous question of the simplicity of the language. So basically, you're asking me what are the policies, guidelines that we need to take care of. Very simply stated.
Yes, sir, especially in the Indian context.
In the Indian context, right? It's a very simple question. But you see the kind of words that you've used. Now imagine I had to actually wait and think in my mind for a minute what this question was all about. And then I
Right.
figured out, okay, this talks about the policy and the legal application. So the policy, as far as cybersecurity is concerned, we already have a cybersecurity policy, and we are, as a nation, we are telling the companies in particular what we need to do, the organizations in particular what we need to do, how we need to organize ourselves, what kind of policies that we need to have in order to ensure that there is a cybersecurity around us. As far as the AI policy is concerned, I'm 2018, the Niti Aayog has come up with a document. You can all go to the internet and find out. And India is one of the few countries in the world that has come up with a AI policy. So it talks about how AI can be used for the larger benefit of the people. So it's not only about surveillance systems, but for the larger benefit of the people as well. The thing is there.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. I really can't thank you enough for clearing out the queries of a participant so comprehensively. We certainly have a lot to take back home. It was a pleasure moderating this question and answer session. I now request Gauri to kindly take over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Soubya. Thank you, sir, for the splendid presentation. Your ability to explain the topic through such interesting case studies is magnificent. We sure have some great insights to take back home. The way you've touched upon all the critical areas of data privacy and surveillance is really noteworthy, sir. It was a sheer delight listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gauri. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Sabha.
Atul sir, thank you so much. As always, your session is extremely engaging. And just a bit of disclosure for all our participants, Atul sir has been guiding the center extensively for this event, and his input has proved to be very significant for this entire process. So I also place on record a personal word of thanks to you, Atul sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
We look forward to continuing our association with you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I request all our participants to please stay tuned. We shall be beginning with the next session in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Vedang sir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning, sir. So we'll just begin in a minute.
Sure. Please take some break for a couple of minutes and then we can start.
Shall we start, sir?
Sure, we can.
A very good morning to one and all present. It is my privilege to be welcoming you all to session 7 of 2-day online international workshop on artificial intelligence and law, organized by the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Law in association with the Legal Research Center at Bharati Vidyapeeth deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune. It is true that AI and big data are becoming seemingly inseparable. Today, we have a stockpile of data available on the internet, and it is cumbersome for us humans to collect and analyze such large sets of data. But it is not so with the bots. So, in order to get a clear understanding of the same, we bring forth a discussion on big data and its associated aspects. I take this opportunity to introduce to you all our resource person for the session on computational social science in the age of big data, Mr. Vedang R. Vatsa. Sir is a consultant at KPMG, working for the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He is a recent Young Researcher Awardee and a Fellow of the Royal Society for Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures and Commerce. Sir is a keen observer of the world AI ecosystem and has several research contributions on the subject of responsible AI. So, I now request the avid researcher, Mr. Vedang Vatsa, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Sure. Gauri, can you please confirm whether you can hear me clearly or not?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Gauri, for the kind introduction. And thank you, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Law, the New Law College in Pune, and especially to Revati ji for inviting me to this session.
It's our honor, sir.
It is indeed a pleasure, a privilege to have given this chance to disseminate my learnings related to artificial intelligence and the subjects around it with all of you. In this session, I will try to give you all a brief understanding of artificial intelligence and the responsible approach to artificial intelligence. I will talk about the subjects of algorithm bias and the ethical questions related to digital technologies. I will then try to unbundle the subject of computational social science and will leave you all with a couple of ideas to think on. Let me share my screen now. Uh, Gauri, can you please confirm whether my screen is visible or not?
So we can't see it right now.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's starting. Yes, yes.
Okay, I see that the previous session was very intense, very interesting. And during that session, I tried to find an interesting video that I can show before I may start this presentation so that you may also feel a bit of, mm, you can also relax in between. So let me start the video. Gauri, can you please confirm whether or not the audio is visible? As soon I am going to start the video. And Gauri, I would like to, can you please confirm whether the audio is there or not? Is it there?
So I think the volume is too low.
Is it better now?
Robots and AI are going to make humanity into whatever it is we're capable of becoming.
Are we making robots in our own image? It goes into the heart of what it means to be human.
There's nothing more human than telling our stories. I've decided to test the outer limits of the human endeavor to create AI. I'm going to build a robot and let it conduct the final interview for this film.
What does silence feel?
What will this tell us about intelligent machines? And about ourselves?
If we make the machines better than us, why do they need us at all?
Just like always, technology shapes humanity. Who knows what we're going to become?
You hate your enemy?
How do you know what an enemy is?
Just because I'm presuming that I could be kinda human if I only had a heart. I'd be tender, I'd be gentle, and awful sentimental regarding love and art.
Who are you?
So in the end of the video, the robot asks the question, who are you? More human than human. Gauri, am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir. Please.
Okay, great. So the video says, more human than human. As we are approaching the age of AI, we are seeing a lot of AI systems that intend to become more human than human. And in that context, when the AI systems are getting more and more sophisticated, we are seeing a lot of associated social, political, economic, psychological, ethical implications around these systems. And in this presentation, I will try to talk about these aspects of technology that comes under the domain of social science instead of computer engineering. Here. So my name is Vedang. Let me give you a brief introduction about myself. Academically, I have a degree of Bachelor of Engineering Computer Science, Master of Technology in Computer Science, and MBA, Master of Business Administration in General Management. I am an alumnus of IIT Kanpur and a recent Young Researcher Awardee. I'm also a fellow of the Royal Society for Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures and Commerce. I am currently working as a consultant at KPMG, working for the Ministry of Electronics and IT. I am a researcher in the field of ethical aspects of technology, like artificial intelligence, brain computer interface, IoT, and have several publications in this domain. So in this presentation, I will try to cover these topics. I will try to give you a brief about what artificial intelligence is, what my understanding of artificial intelligence is. I will try then to give you all a brief about the responsible approach to AI. Why is it required, and why does it make sense to adopt this approach? Then I will talk about data and algorithms that are more and more becoming ubiquitous, that are being present everywhere in every aspect of our life. I will then talk a little about computational social science, which in a way encompasses all of these topics, all of the topics related to technology that affects the one or the other aspect of the of us living in a society. So talking about artificial, I am sure of all the sessions that you all have attended in the last uh, couple of hours and the previous day, you must be having a brief understanding of artificial intelligence and the regular things around artificial intelligence. But still, I will try to give you my understanding of artificial intelligence, and I hope that it will add something to the knowledge bank that you already have. So artificial intelligence is anything that can, any system that can copy, mimic, or have the ability to do things that a human can. It may include things that it may include things like learning from examples and experiences, recognizing objects, understanding and responding to languages that are spoken by human beings from all around the world, making decisions, solving problems. Everything that a human can do, if a machine can perform the same task, it is said to be artificially intelligent. Now, artificial intelligence includes. So in this small diagram, artificial intelligence includes the subjects of machine learning and deep learning. Think of artificial intelligence as the entire universe of computing that exhibits anything remotely resembling human intelligence. AI systems can include anything from a problem-solving application that makes decisions based on complex computational rules to something like the equivalent of a fictional character like Wall-E, a computer that develops intelligence, free will, emotions, like that of a human being. Machine learning, like as you can see in this diagram, machine learning is a subset of AI that learns by itself. It makes use of input data and learns from those data sets. It actually reprograms itself as it digests more data to perform a specific set of tasks. Deep learning is further a subset of machine learning in which it can teach itself to perform those tasks, often without human intervention. So this is a brief about what artificial intelligence is. To uh, to know to determine whether a system is artificially intelligent or not, a famous scientist, Alan Turing, gave this test of which is known as Turing test. In this test, an evaluator, someone who will judge whether a system is artificially intelligent or not, will get responses from an agent. Now, the evaluator will not know whether the agent is a human or computer. It is the task of evaluator to judge the responses, to see the responses and judge whether the person on the other end, whether the agent on the other end is a human or not. If the evaluator cannot find a difference in the responses from that agent, the agent is said to be artificially intelligence. So briefly, if someone, evaluator here, cannot determine the difference between human or computer responses, the the agent is said to be artificially intelligent. So this is what Turing test was about. Here, let me show you all a small video again.
Technology. It's advancing faster and taking less time to be widely adopted than ever before.
Launch AI.
AI is basically an emulation of us.
They're a very special person to me.
Autonomous driving started.
AI can give us that answer that we've been seeking all along. Are we alone?
Each time we create a more powerful technology, we create a bigger lever for changing the world.
Artificial intelligence can help us to feed the world population.
AI is teaching the machine and the machine becoming smart.
All out of the realm of sci-fi and magic, and now just science.
Ready?
We're at the dawn of a new age, the age of AI.
We are at the dawn of a new age, the age of AI, is what was said in the previous video. We indeed are in the age of AI. So Harvard Business Review had this very good quote that I would like to share. It says, companies that do not use AI to their advantage will soon be left behind. AI and machine learning will drive a massive reshaping of the economy and society. As AI is becoming more prevalent and effective, businesses are finding a lot of use cases to make use of this system and employing the system to either make profits or to bring good in the society. So there is definitely a lot of potential that AI brings, but on the other hand, there are societal implications related to it as well. Moving on, there are these three types of artificial intelligence: narrow, general, and super AI. So when a machine can perform a specific task better than human, it is said to be under the category of narrow AI. Now the keyword here is the machine can perform a specific task only better than human. In case of general AI, the machine can perform any intellectual task with the same accuracy as that of a human. In case of super AI, machines can even beat humans in any task. Now, we currently are in the at the time when we have systems either under the header of narrow AI or in some cases general AI. We definitely aspire to have the ability of super AI, but there are only a few systems that have been able to possess the technology that can be considered as super AI, like Google's DeepMind that actually beat humans in the strategy in the game of Go, which is a very strategical game. I will talk about it in the later slides. So briefly, we have narrow, general, and super AI, and we are currently in between narrow and general AI, and we aspire to have the systems that have the super AI ability. Applications, there are definitely a lot of applications. of AI, and we consciously or unconsciously we are utilizing a lot of things that use algorithms or AI in some form in our daily life. Uh, Speech recognition is one thing. Alexa, Cortana, Siri in our iPhones. Natural language processing, chatbots. There are a lot of businesses that make use of chatbots, and there are times when we cannot even determine whether the agent, the system in a chatbot is actually a system or a human. GPT-3 is a very sophisticated neural model that makes use of data, available data, and has now the ability to even write its own, content, media articles, poems, computer code. Image recognition. Uh, we have sophisticated AI systems that can scan your MRI reports, your CT scans, your X-ray reports, and can predict the set of medical complications that you may have in a couple of years. We are having so even in this in COVID, AI proved to be very useful. There was an application by a set of researchers in Oxford that developed this application, which was even able to to not to tell someone whether or not there are chances of COVID-19 just by looking at the X-ray reports. Real-time recommendations, song recommendations, movie recommendations in Netflix, song recommendations in Spotify, advertisements, Google ads, Facebook ads, algorithmic stock trading, stock traders and PE firms, personal and VC firms are making use of algorithmic data, decision making to decide whether or not they would like to go forward with a particular investment or not. Spam check in emails. Operational efficiency. Ola makes use of surge pricing. It analyzes the current, demand and surges its price accordingly. Various firms working in the field of operations find the shortest route using sophisticated algorithms. Household robots are making use of algorithms. Then we have autopilot in Tesla, which also has a lot of application in military applications. Drones, unmanned aerial vehicles are making use of autopilot modes. That is majorly driven by AI. So basically, what I'm trying to say here, what I'm trying to focus on is that AI algorithms are everywhere, and algorithms are often driven by data. As the PM of India said earlier, that data is the new oil. We are creating a lot of data, and these algorithms utilize this large set of data to make decisions, to make their systems more effective. Like I mentioned in the previous slide, Spotify, Netflix, smart TVs, they all are making use of your data to give you a seamless experience, to give you a better experience using sophisticated algorithms that make use of your data. So, uh, smartwatches, smart bands, DNA proteins. We currently we have almost 60 trillion GBs of data. 60 trillion GBs of data was consumed and created in just in the year 2020, last year. We are dealing with a lot of this big data, uh, which includes emails, photos, videos, PDFs, spreadsheets, Excel spreadsheets, RFID tags, uh, GPS location logs, IoT data from IoT sensors, songs, messages, scrolling of web pages, searching on Google, history of open websites, fingerprint scans, food order history from Zomato or Swiggy, buying choices from our buying choices on Amazon, Flipkart. These all form these all are a part of big data that we are generating, and algorithms make use of these big data the variety of big data to ensure that they can generate a system that is more effective. In entertainment, companies like Spotify and Netflix track your choice of songs to recommend you new songs. They know your current mood. They can even change your mood uh, by recommending a song accordingly. As the algorithm will become more sophisticated, these systems will literally make us do what they want us to do. In case of healthcare, smart bands and smartwatches often record the number of steps that we take in a day. They know the mode of our transport by calculating the speed of our travel. They essentially know our health conditions. They can even know when and how much we smoke in a day by estimating the variations of our heart rate. They know whether an insurance company will lose or not by giving us the market share of insurance premium. They know how much can we be exploited by giving us uh, by any insurance company by restricting us with a high limit of premium payment, because it knows that we are prone to heart disease just in case if we are. In case of shopping and advertisements, online retailers can now collect information from the activity on our computers, smartphones, iPads, and other such devices via cookies and heat maps. Businesses then analyze our data and use it to evaluate our interests and preferences, and then make projections about what we might want to buy in future. The question is have we always bought the things that we had in mind when we opened any e-commerce website? Or did we end up buying a different product sometimes or many of the times? We see product suggestions and most of the times we end up buying those suggested products. So here, the question is, are we in control or the algorithm is? In case of travel, or even in case of news and social media, big data has revolutionized the industry, the airline industry, the social media companies at virtually all levels. From the moment you begin to search for a ticket on a booking website, you begin a journey through multiple examples of big data in use. Fares are set up by automated data collection and analysis, and schedules are created based on these predictions. And of course, airlines are keeping track of how frequently you fly, what you prefer to drink, and what other information they can find about you to customize your experience and grab that extra money in the name of search browsing sometimes. So moving ahead, we I tried to tell you in the previous slide that big data is everywhere, algorithms are everywhere, and companies are making use of your data, big data, through algorithms. Now, the question here is: are these companies doing the right thing, or do we need? Can we trust these algorithms, these companies? because they literally are invading our privacy in many respects. They are entering in our lives. They are influencing our decisions, and through those decisions, they are influencing our life. So the question comes, why do we need responsible AI? Why do we need responsible digital technologies? Suppose we have a situation, not we, let us consider that there is a patient in a hospital who has the choice of choosing either a human doctor or a robot doctor, an AI driven doctor to treat him. Now, there is a very high chance that the patient may not be very comfortable in letting a robot treat himself. On the other hand, the patient knows that the human has been treating other humans, a human doctor has been treating other human patients for the last uh, maybe 20 to 30 years. So he knows his ability, his experience, he knows he can trust him, the human doctor. He, on the other hand, the patient, do not know whether the robot doctor has the ability to even treat him, or if there can be a malfunction, who will be the responsible party. Briefly, briefly, the argument here is the patient cannot trust the AI because he do not know whether he can trust, whether the algorithms are trustworthy, whether he understands AI or not. He cannot trust someone. The patient cannot trust someone whom he cannot understand. He knows the human doctor. On the other hand, he do not know the AI. Is the main question here, and which is why we need an approach in which people, in which us can trust this AI. So we can only trust this AI if this AI is more responsible, is more, positive for us. When we talk about responsible AI, so algorithms make use of data. This data is lying there in the world, everywhere. Everywhere there is data. Data needs to be governed by a set of mechanisms. By governance, data governance, I mean this. Data needs to be, cleaned. Data needs to be, there has to be a good quality of data available. Data needs to be, under the set of privacy laws. So all the mechanisms that govern the ability of data to be useful comes under the set of data governance principles. Data governance, so when we have the data, an algorithm can make use of that data. This algorithm, this AI, must be universal. By universal, I mean that it should be designed for everyone to use. It should not be exclusive to anyone. The concepts of bias, algorithmic bias, and the ethical implications of AI are there in this concept of universal AI. So AI must be developed in a way that it is inclusive, it is designed for all. Such an AI will be used by people, but it will then become responsible, it will then become more trustworthy if a person can know what are the processes going on in this system. which is why we need an explainable AI. Explainable AI is something that is easy to understand. It must be accountable for the. It includes the concept of accountability, auditability. It discusses the aspects of societal impacts that an AI can create, and it includes the computational social science aspect. When this whole AI will generate data which will go back into the real world, and the cycle will continue then. Now I will talk a little about algorithmic bias. I will quickly, since I see that we do not have a lot of time, I will quickly try to, as I am assuming that.
या और फिर जब उनके वो भाग के सर ने
I think, okay, let me move on. So lack of fairness is basically algorithmic bias. Lack of fairness in the output of any computer system is algorithmic bias. Preferring male candidates over female candidates based on male candidates input data is an example of bias. Data bias creates so the algorithms get trained on data sets. Very often these data sets are not adequately labeled, and algorithms get better at a task when trained with more data. The training data, however, is usually produced with less accuracy, creating a fundamental bias to take form. So bias in data sets creates bias in the algorithms. Algorithms will then create a biased output, and the biased output will create a real world bias, and the data finally comes from the real world. So this cycle will continue. Let me show you. So I had this video. Let me skip this video for now because of the time, because of the limited time that we have now. Let me give you a set of examples of the recent algorithmic bias cases. So Amazon created a recruitment tool using data of male engineers. So give you so engineering is predominantly a male dominated industry. So the data that they had was mostly of male engineers. So the AI that was created by Amazon using this data downgraded the resumes of women who attended women's college, resulting in a gender bias. Amazon quickly scrapped this recruitment tool when they realized that such a bias was evident in this system. Secondly, there was this research by Princeton University that made use of an AI system to link the content available uh, in the open source. They found that European names were perceived as more pleasant than those of African Americans, and women and girls were more likely to be associated with the arts of science and math, with arts instead of science. So there was another this very famous example in which MIT researchers found that their system was failing to recognize dark-skinned complexion. Their system of facial recognition was failing to recognize dark-skinned complexion. Moving further, responsible AI includes the subjects, the aspects of ethics, transparency, regulations, and socio-economic aspects. This is the chart that I would like to spend some time on, this actually includes everything that goes on when we talk about data, algorithms, the associated aspects of algorithms, responsible AI. So this, I will leave you all with these set of questions, and I will invite anyone to have a chat with me on LinkedIn, or maybe send me an email about anything that you think about any of these notes, these questions on these notes. Uh, Feel free to reach out to me if you think that you have some input on these notes. So, anyways, ethics is a very important part of responsible AI. When we talk about AI in the context of society, we talk about we have a lot of people who talk about ethics. Ethics is something that uh, that is said to be considered at the design phase, so that we can have ethical principles designed in a responsible AI in the AI system. AI must be transparent so that people can, so that a layman can know the justification, can have the justification of any output, of any AI decisions. Regulation, there must be some form of regulation, so that we have AI in control, just in case if there are a lot of negative consequences, which by the way there are. So we can have this regulation by means of a certification maybe, or in the worst case scenario, we can have kill switches, which can directly kill the system. We can have rollback mechanisms that will help in rolling back to a safe situation. On the other hand, design is something that we need to consider when we talk about everything related to AI. So basically, like I said, that there are the tech industry is dominantly dominated by male candidates, male engineers. When these male engineers design the sophisticated algorithms that are used by everyone in the world, they think from their own perspective. So this inclusive AI system that they generate needs to cater to the to a society where not only there are male human beings, but there are women, females as well. So it it is required to have a, a interdisciplinary set of candidates when and these AI systems are developed. We cannot let only male candidates to develop systems that also cater to female candidates. There are going to be systemic uh, biases, cognitive biases in those systems that will create biases in the real world eventually. There are a lot of social economic, there are social, political, economic, psychological, ethical aspects of AI that we need to think on when we design any algorithm, when we design the framework for AI. Employment is going to get affected when we will have sophisticated AI systems. We talked about biases. We so social media is influencing us, which in turn will have psychological consequences in our lives. Robots are going to take a lot of jobs. On the other hand, a lot of jobs will be created. So there definitely is a lot of social, economic, impact that we're talking about when we talk about AI. And to to uh, to discuss about these social economic impacts, we cannot let social computer scientists to alone make these decisions, because eventually computer scientists are making these algorithms which are affecting everyone, every aspect of the society. We cannot let them alone decide the frameworks, decide the principles of these algorithms, which is why the field of computational social science is important. Computational social science is basically the interaction, the intersection of computer science and social science. All the subjects, all the topics that we discussed today, one way or another, comes under the header of computational social science. When a computer scientist, uh, so we need to include social scientists while deciding the policies related to algorithms. We need to have stakeholders from the field of economics, law, sociology when we decide the policies of computers of anything related to digital technologies, which is why I wanted to talk about computational social science. So everything that we talked about, biases, ethical aspects, the framework of responsible AI, comes under the subject of computational social science. Thinking about computing from the angle of social scientists is something that encompasses computational social science. We have a lot of data, we have big data in our society, in the world, that that is utilized by algorithms. Algorithms may or may not have negative consequences, but just in case if they have, even in case of positive consequences, computational social science is required to, evaluate those consequences, to judge those consequences and make policies, regulations, frameworks, principles around those consequences, so that these consequences may deliver positive or effective results in the real world. So this is how computational social science is relevant in the in this age of big data. Uh, AI has been approached by by different countries in a variety of manners. Canada, in particular, has approached AI in a way that it wanted to. Canada, by the way, was the first country to release an AI strategy. It focuses on research-based advancements towards AI, and it is very specific on developing academic institutions and enabling them to be research-oriented. China has been very so a defining moment in China's approach to AI was the triumph, the winning of AlphaGo by Google against Lee Sedol. Lee Sedol was uh, one of the top Go players in the world. So basically, AlphaGo won against the champion of Go uh, game, which is a which is a game in which strategic thinking is required. So this moment of Lee Sedol losing from an AI triggered. It was a Sputnik moment for Chinese strategy, for China to look at AI. And since then, since in the year 2017, China has been very instrumental in the development of AI on the context of AI in the global landscape. India, on the other hand, aims at becoming the AI garage for 40% of the year of the world. By AI garage, the strategy aims at looking at developing the data corpus of in India. So this large set of data can be utilized by industries, businesses to make AI applications. So India basically invites everyone to make use of its data and develop solutions around it. focused on social empowerment, healthcare, privacy, research, uh, something that can help the humanity. So AI, Niti Aayog released this AI strategy in the year 2018, which promoted the use of responsible AI and invited everyone in the world to enter India to develop solutions for India by utilizing the data in India and thus making India an AI garage for the world. For the world, because these systems can then be taken out of India and be deployed at the other countries in the world. I did a very so I wrote a paper in which uh, I analyzed this strategy of India, and I found that India is focused on research, is focused on health, education, responsible AI. The government wants startups to promote AI, to work on AI. The recent PDP, Personal Data Protection Bill, is also a sign of government focusing on the privacy aspect of data, and data forms a critical aspect of algorithms, AI. So yes, AI, India is focused on social impact, social aspects of AI. Yes, I think that will be pretty much it, because considering the time implications that we have. Yes, so finishing the presentation, I will say that technology is going to become responsible. The main question is, will we be? Because if we can become responsible, the technology will be more easy. It will be more easy for us to trust technology. Uh, all the participants are always invited to give me an email about any of the things that we talked about. We can always work out on a research proposal or any such thing. I can be accessible on social media, on LinkedIn, via this handle. Yes, that is all that I have to deliver for today. Please, I would now like to have any questions. If there are any, please, over to the host.
Yes, sir. So it was a really thought-provoking session. We have a large number of questions, but given the time constraints, we'll just focus on the important ones. So the first question we have is from Sapna ma'am. So she asks that how can we balance the need for more accurate and progressive algorithms with the need for transparency towards people who are actually being affected by these algorithms?
I think this question can be better answered by the question of why responsible AI. Why do we need transparency in AI or systems or algorithms? Because when these systems are more transparent, they will be more trustable. And when the people will trust these algorithms, they will be promoted more by the businesses. The businesses can then, profit more from these systems, and then the ecosystem will adopt these algorithms more. So it is a very critical aspect for algorithms to be more transparent, because then only we can rely on them, we can trust them, and then only the use of such algorithms uh, will become more in the upcoming age.
Yes, I totally agree with you, sir. So the second question we have is centralization of wealth seems like an unavoidable result of utilizing AI by the companies. If companies can lay off workers and replace them with unpaid AI, it can generate the same amount of profit without the need to pay for employees. So, how do you think India as a country which is already reeling from unemployment issues, will deal with such a scenario, sir?
It is a very good question because this debate has been going on for the last couple of years whether or not we should move forward with AI and what is the impact of AI on the employment and job sector. Basically, I would like to uh, say that whenever something develops, a couple of more things emerges out, a couple of more sectors, things, domains emerges with it as well, because there was a time when we had a lot of physical shops and the concept of e-commerce was promoted by a couple of companies. We thought that we will lose, these shops will close eventually, but uh, it never happened. And both the physical delivery of both the physical commerce and e-commerce grew subsequently. So yes, there will be a lot of job losses, but on the other hand, I am positive that there are a lot of new opportunities that will arise as well.
Right, sir. So the next question we have is that it is again from Sapna ma'am. So she asks that what approach do you think should be adopted in determining the question of liability in case of AI systems? So, for instance, as self-driving cars are deployed more widely, who should be liable when accidents happen? Should it be the company that made the car, or the engineers who made a mistake in the code? The operator who should have been watching? Who should it be? Who should be liable, sir?
Mm. Dr. Sapna ji has continuously been asking very good questions. This question is actually still unanswered in the real context. We do not know, and we are companies all around the world, research institutions and think tanks are still trying to evaluate an effective framework for for the implementation of AI. We so in the last month, the previous month, I actually analyzed around 89 strategies that listed the ethical implications of AI from research institutions of all around the world. But I couldn't find uh, a definite answer to how we can, put on ground the aspect of responsible AI. There still is a lot of discussions pending on this subject. So, Sapna ma'am, I honestly do not know the answer to this question.
So I'm sure, I guess we'll, in the coming times, we'll be able to get the answer for this question. Uh, so the next question, the last question we have is, unlike human social scientists, AI can be biased. Machine intelligence might not very aptly compute the societal patterns. For instance, AI may not recognize a man as a teacher, as it is mostly women who have been in the position of teachers as per the old societal patterns. So, will AI be able to deal with the changes in the society?
Hmm. Uh, I actually didn't know that example. I have read a lot of examples by algorithms which relate to the bias that can occur in algorithmic systems. But thank you for sharing that example. So yes, there not only this, but there are a lot of more examples in which AI currently do not have the answer to, to the our frameworks actually do not have the answer to eliminate or to restrict or to check these biases, and which is why there are a couple of good, good practices that large companies are generally expected to follow, which includes having a, I mean, that's actually my favorite principle, that we must have a diverse set of people when we design any algorithm, so that we know the different aspects of different thoughts when we develop such a program. We must have people from different countries, different regions, different genders to be a part of that diverse team, so that we know the different aspects to put in, and we can then lessen the amount of bias that these systems will may create, not will, but may create.
Right, sir. So thank you, sir, for being so patient and very articulately addressing our queries. It was a great pleasure to moderate this Q&A session, sir. I, on behalf of New Law College family, thank our resource person for joining us and very ably introducing us to the emerging concept of responsible AI. So the way you explained some aspects through the video clips was really enlightening. It was quite a learning experience, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually had a lot more video clips, but I think I was short on time. So maybe some other time.
Vedanta, maybe we can continue this, in the next event as well. Hopefully, you'll give us the chance to get associated with you again.
Sure, refugee.
Maybe even host you personally here at Pune in our college, sir.
Sure.
So just before we close, I just wanted to say that your perspective of the topic has familiarized all of us participants with a large number of unexplored areas, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for having agreed to being a resource person for one of our sessions. Thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me. Have a good day, you all.
Have a good day, sir. Thank you.
So with this, we come to an end of session 7. We shall now disperse for lunch. Lunch shall be from 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m., after which we shall begin with session 8 at 1:30 p.m. Hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We shall now disperse for lunch. Our next session will start at 1:30 sharp. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Sumit sir, can you hear us? Sumit sir, can you hear me, sir? Sumit sir, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, perfect. So just give us a second. We'll just give you the co-host rights, and then with your permission, we'll begin with the session. So just a second. Anmol, could you please make sir the co-host for the session? So whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to share my screen. Is that okay?
So we have a brief introduction prior to that. So with your permission, could we just start with the session, please?
Yes, please begin. Thank you.
So Soubya, kindly take over. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
A very good morning to one and all present. It is an absolute honor and privilege to be welcoming all of you to session 8 of the 2-day online international workshop on artificial intelligence and law, organized by Center for Artificial Intelligence and Law in association with the Legal Research Center set up at Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune. Artificial intelligence as of today has left no field untouched, and law is no exception. Artificial intelligence is significantly being used in the legal profession across the globe, and legal technological innovation has completely changed the way how legal services are rendered. Within the field of law, a few areas stand out as particularly promising for the application of AI. Exciting progress is already being made in each of these areas, but still a lot remains to be discovered. It is against this backdrop that we have attempted to come up with this session on the topic use of artificial intelligence and law. I consider myself privileged to be welcoming our resource person for this session, Advocate Sumit Chanda sir. Sir has an extremely inspirational and amazing profile. Sir has been a lawyer. Sir is a practicing lawyer at the Delhi High Court and the Supreme Court of India. His area of practice includes all kinds of civil and commercial cases, ranging from arbitration, property, matrimonial cases, recoveries, writ petitions, public interest litigations, and many more. Sir has been a lawyer for the Delhi government and the government of India for many years. He has handled cases for corporate clients such as Godrej, Mahindra, and MTNL. Sir has also been appointed as an arbitrator by the Delhi High Court in several cases. He is a mediator with the Delhi High Court Mediation and Conciliation Center, also known as Samadhan. Sir has done an advanced mediation training program from Pepperdine University, California, USA. Sir has also been accredited in commercial mediation by the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. He has also been awarded the National Law Day Award by Dr. Justice K.G. Balakrishnan, former Chief Justice of India, for his erudition and vast experience. Notably, Sir was also the counsel in the famous public interest litigation, which led to establishing of 40 new courts in Delhi. Sir, we are really honored to have you with us this afternoon, and we can't wait any further to listen to you. So I request you to kindly enlighten us all. Sir, please.
Thank you, Subhaya, and thank you very much, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Law, New Law College, Bharati Vidyapeeth. So I'll begin with my presentation. I'll just share the screen. Yes. So let me begin with a quote. It is a quote by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. And why I quote this here is also for the simple reason that you should not feel that artificial intelligence is a threat. Like Rodney Brooks says, artificial intelligence is a tool, not a threat. And that's how Justice Chandrachud in one of his lectures had said this, that the idea of artificial intelligence is not to supplant the human brain or the human mind or the presence of the judges, but to provide a facilitate tool to the judges to reassess the process which they follow, the work which they do, and to ensure their outcomes are more predictable and consistent, and ultimately provide wider access of justice to the common citizens. Now, you all have seen and you all are aware as law students, when you participate in the moot courts, do your legal research. If you have any issue, you'll come across judgments of various courts. There will be contradictory judgments. There will be judgments which are upheld. Within Supreme Court, you'll find some judgments that are different interpretation of the similar thing. And that is why they refer to a larger bench, the constitutional bench, and so on and so forth. If there is artificial intelligence which is used in this profession, there will be much more stability and the outcomes will be more predictable and consistent. So keeping this in mind, let us begin with an example. First, let us see how the situation is today, or I would say a little more back, how it was in our litigation field, how it is today, and how it may be in future with the use of artificial intelligence. So let's begin with this very interesting example, uh, a practical experience in the courts, and a lot of it has already been shown in a very comic manner in that movie you all must have seen, Jolly LLB. So let us see what that scene in the courtroom, I would say, would have been or still is in some very small towns of our country. So in order to understand this contrast, and second, just so in order to understand this contrast of the present court system as compared to a futuristic one, let me share with you an experience of the court proceedings of a small town. Okay, now this actually has happened many years back with me in one of the small courts, and not only with me, I would say with many experiences. In fact, it's a similar experience to what Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi once shared about his age-old experience in the courts. Now, what happened was, it was a hot, sultry afternoon, and imagine yourself in this court scenario right in front of you in this photo. It was a small district court in Haryana, and I was appearing in a very fiercely contested case, and it was against some client for whom the lawyer appearing was a very senior advocate or very renowned advocate of that court. Now, in when you go to these local courts, all these the lawyers practicing there over the number of years have a certain standing there, like you would have seen in this movie also. The judges recognize them, and you are there, a very new lawyer. Now, there was no air condition in the room. Both of us were arguing and sweating profusely. And my opponent, at a certain time, he, while arguing, fainted from the heat. It was so hot, and he had to be revived with cold water. There were two almirahs behind the judge, which had moth-eaten files and were falling out from inside the almirahs and from top of the almirahs. Very similar. I mean, it's amazing how these people who make movies do the research. The almid in the courtroom, he was shouting out the next case. There was some typewriter noise which was going on by the side. The typist, the stenographer there in the courtroom, was typing some evidence in chief of a litigant. And simultaneously, when all this was going on, the arguments were being heard. There were chairs broken, some plastic chairs, some wooden chairs. There was dirt piled up on top of the fan, which actually threatened to fall on us at any stage. Now imagine what a different world it would be if there was technology to help us. Of course, I'm not focused on the infrastructure here, but how technology can help us. Much is already in place. There, in our times, I remember we used to do a lot of research work through books. We would spend a whole day in the library searching for one judgment. And today, when I tell my intelligent interns to do the research work, they do it within an hour. They come back to me with the very appropriate judgment. Of course, it's their intelligence, but it is also the intelligence of these softwares or the websites like Indian Kanun, SEC Online, Manupatra, and so on and so forth. So what you have already experienced and may possibly experience in future are some basic things like an ordinary litigant could simply buy a software or go to Indian Kanun for an ordinary legal advice. And a lot of clients do this. When they come to me, what we call the Google, they approach the Google lawyers before coming to the actual lawyers. And when they come after doing the research on Indian Kanun or something, and they come and ask us for further confirmation of what their research is, while discussing the case, they would say, but sir, I read in Indian Kanun, there was a judgment of the Supreme Court which said like this, so I should get the relief accordingly. Of course, we call them the Google lawyers, and definitely it's a half-baked cook or a half-baked food, which is not advisable. But yes, it does give them some idea on to the present laws. It also saves technology. If it comes into existence, it can actually save a lot of travel time. Not only saving the judge's time, it will also save the lawyer's time. A lot of this, I'm sure if you have interned during this COVID period, you would have realized how court hearings are taking place through online systems. So this is also technology, use of technology, how it is helping us. If artificial intelligence comes into place, imagine there'll be an increase in the accuracy of judging by not missing out any precedent. Imagine the evolution of the happy doctrine of per inquirium, and by producing 3 alternative templates of the best solution to the judge within 15 minutes of conclusion of the arguments. The software will do the work for the judge, come up with the permutation combinations, and tell the judge, okay, hearing the arguments, these are the 3 best possible options, you choose one. These things are a possibility. Imagine the negative, of course, that would happen would be the unemployment. Imagine the robots working not only as paralegals to do the research for the lawyers. Then the lawyers would not need interns or juniors. The robots will do the work. But they can also work as court masters, the clerks, so many other legal force today which are there can be dispensed with if there is artificial intelligence. Imagine the work of a senior counsel. Today you go to take an opinion, and after listening to the entire story of the client, the artificial intelligence just comes up with the options, and the senior advocate just has to confirm after listening to the predictive opinions that yes, this route is the best for you. Of course, there are certain negative sides to it, but good or bad, artificial intelligence is the future. A lot of you have heard of LPOs. So if I go beyond the litigation, there are legal process outsourcing already in place. It's just that people in America and UK are outsourcing it work to lawyers in India. Instead of that, they'll be simply able to use the artificial intelligence and get the work done. So let us first understand what is this artificial intelligence and how it will be used in our legal profession in future. So a definition, which of course I have found on the net, my office team, who are my intelligence, artificial intelligence, or the real intelligence, I would say today, have done this research work for me. That was Vidit, my entire team, Dipanshu, Simran has helped me find these entire research work and make this presentation.
So just on a side note, we are very happy to host them here as well, and we thank them as well.
They are already there watching this, and besides watching me live.
Oh, right.
Which the robots can't do. But yes, the real intelligence as compared to the artificial intelligence. So what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence, as defined, is a branch of computer science concerned with building smart machines which are capable of performing tasks that are typically tasks that typically require human intelligence. This is a very basic definition of artificial intelligence. And how does this artificial intelligence help us in law? Now, you all would be aware that the field of legal services is one of the largest in the world at close to $1 trillion globally. Be it litigation or corporate legal services, which include the mergers and acquisitions. In fact, I can give you an example here. I was briefly, during my starting of my career, I had worked with one of the corporate, a very big corporate, it was a Korean company. And they had these agreements which were to be vetted. So one agreement which were final as per them was the standard agreement they would give me, and they would say that the rest of the agreements I should match it and compare it with the final agreement which has been approved by their headquarters. So imagine they needed some lawyer to do this work for them, to just compare each word if it's matching with their master document or not. They today, or maybe in future, they really don't need lawyers to do this work. The artificial intelligence softwares can do this for them. Law and artificial intelligence operate according to a strikingly similar principles. Very similar because they both look to the historical examples in order to infer rules to apply to new situations. Like lawyers look at precedents to argue their case today and so that the judge may pass a judgment, framing the new rules of the law in future. Similarly, the artificial intelligence softwares use the past inputs given into that software to apply to the new situations. Now, more particularly, when I talk about use of artificial intelligence in the legal system, one, of course, like I said, is the due diligence in the corporate side, which was comparing of documents. This is just one small example. In litigation itself, the precedents that are used today, my very intelligent interns are working hard, searching Indian Kanun, searching Manupatra to come up with judgments. But then they have to go through each judgment, go through the head notes, go through the relevant paras to actually understand what portion of that judgment is relevant to the facts of this case. Imagine if that hard work was also done by the software itself, where you just ask them the question, feed in your facts of the case, and it comes up not only with the relevant judgment, but to the relevant para of the judgment highlighted by the software itself. Then in litigation, we have this another problem where again, the interns come in to help, is the document repetition checks. When a client comes to you, he gives you a bundle of documents. That documents today, if you would have seen what we normally do for drafting purposes, we need to study those documents and we need to study those documents date-wise. So the interns in my office would mark the date of the document, sort all the documents date-wise, and then prepare the date-wise list of those documents. Imagine if you could just scan those documents, put it in your computer, and the artificial intelligence software would automatically sort them date-wise, remove the duplicates, and hand over the documents, highlighting the relevant portions of those documents to help you prepare your list of dates. So in litigation and corporate, both, it is extremely useful or can be extremely useful. Then comes a situation where it is actually useful or it can provide useful information to the clients. If the artificial, when I say nature of the judge, if the artificial intelligence software could study in one command all the judgments passed by a judge in similar cases and come up that whether that particular judge is inclined to give you an injunction, or he generally refuses injunction? In what kind of circumstances does he allow an injunction or does he refuse an injunction? You would get to know the nature of the judge, and you would know what are the possibilities of you getting a stay order in that court. Similarly, which lawyer the client should approach. Imagine if the artificial intelligence software could actually analyze all the cases filed by that lawyer that they intend to approach and see what kind of practice this lawyer has, which court does he practice more in, what is his expertise in the field of law. It'll help the clients reach to a good lawyer or find the appropriate lawyer for their case. Not exactly what I have just explained, but to quite an extent, there are softwares already in existence, not in India. In abroad, definitely yes, which is the Kyra Systems, Leverton, eBrevia, Thought River, Legal Reports, etc. Now, let's understand these softwares and what kind of softwares can exist. What are the type of these softwares in artificial intelligence? Now, there are softwares which we call the prediction software. Now, these softwares predict the probable outcome of the cases being adjudicated before the court of law. Example, introspection, Ravel law, lex machina, premonition, etc. The raw data is given, the artificial intelligence uses its technology platform and is able to tell you the probable outcome of the case. Then there are legal analytics softwares. These provide for the data points from the past case laws and provides the judgments and the precedents laws to be used by lawyers in their present case. Again, these are some of the examples you can see on screen. And similarly, automation of documentation software. By just submitting the required documents which you wish to incorporate in your legal document, you can get the documents ready within minutes. If you would have searched anytime, there are online softwares where to make a will, something as simple as that, you give the certain details and it can actually prepare the will in the required format and give it to you. Then there are intellectual property softwares. These intellectual property softwares help in providing the insights into the IP portfolios. Like in supposing there's a trademark registration, they can do the search, how many trademarks of similar nature are already in existence, whether there are objections to the trademarks, patents or copyrights. Then there are electronic billing system. Now, what these softwares do is, I'm sure most of you would be aware that internationally as well as in India, the bigger firms, they charge hourly basis. And that hourly basis is calculated on the time they have spent on working. Now, supposing you're doing that work on computer, the billing software through artificial intelligence is able to just keep making a note of how many hours they have done and bill accordingly. Not only bill, but bill and make the bill and send it to the clients with the automated signatures. So you don't have to actually have some accounts department sending your bills, making your bills, following it up for the money, and so on and so forth. So having understood what all kind of softwares can exist or already existing, let us understand. Now, there was this very interesting experiment conducted by Law Geek on artificial intelligence, and they compared it with the human intelligence. Let us see the statistics on that. They figured out that so far as the accuracy level is concerned, if lawyers are 85% accurate at an average, and I'm talking about the very, very intelligent lawyers, very hardworking lawyers, if their accuracy is 85%, the artificial intelligence software will have an accuracy of 94%. performance, and everywhere we are taking the highest performing lawyers. So yes, the performance of the top lawyers, I would say, would be comparable at 94%. But then if you look at an average of the lawyers, the performance would reduce to 67%. Then comes the time taken. In an experiment conducted, it took an average of 92 minutes for the lawyers to review 5 non-disclosure agreements. In contrast to it took the law geeks artificial intelligence a total time of 26 seconds only to review those same 5 non-disclosure agreements. So do you see how much of time you save, how much of efforts you save, and still you are much more accurate than a human intelligence? Last but not the least, robots don't need coffee. So you save on your pantry cost, on the number of coffees your office lawyers drinks to keep themselves awake and attentive to the legal work that they are doing. Now let us understand the impact of the artificial intelligence upon the laws and legal theory. Now, robots as a legal entity, like corporates, if future that does come into existence, do you feel, and that should be, again, this is futuristic what we are talking about, robots should also, like any corporate body, should be given the right to sue and can be sued as a separate legal entity in itself. So will that happen? Again, is something that we need to see, wait for the future to come and work towards it. Then liabilities and robots. Do you realize that there are already vehicles like Tesla and Google cars which run automatically? And imagine if a car driven automatically, like the Google cars or the Tesla, meets with an accident. Who do you sue? There is no driver. So there has to be liabilities fixed on those vehicles as well, on the robots. For every liability that may arise on account of the robot working, will you hold the manufacturer liable? Will you hold the operator liable? Of course, these are again things that will have to be kept in mind when future robots become an integral part of our human resource of the country. And according the new laws, new rules will have to keep these things in mind to protect the liabilities that arise from the robots. Then another very interesting thing is the privacy invasion by the artificial intelligence. I'm sure a lot of you, in fact, all of you would already be aware of the Google Street View. You can actually see any building sitting anywhere in the world. Now, I already have my Google. I don't know if you all can hear it. Okay, so if you can already hear it, my
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Google has already started speaking and telling me the moment I spoke about the Street View, it started speaking about what Google Street View is. I don't know if you could hear it in the background. I just shut
We
that
could,
down.
sir. We could.
Okay, thank you. So, and then there was this case of WhatsApp. Everybody is aware it's a very recent thing where WhatsApp has changed its privacy policies. So these things have already started coming into existence. And when I'm talking about the Street View, I'll give you some examples. This is the Supreme Court of India. You can get a satellite view of this, and possibly you can get the street view of this as well. This is the Rashtrapati Bhavan. If I have to know the structure of it, what kind of, it also says the cabinet secretariat is in which block. I can actually take an entire view of this. Sitting in Delhi, today itself, my office was able to get you a view of your college in Pune. So see the kind of things artificial intelligence can do and how it can affect your privacy. Now, let's see what happens. Now, having seen and having understood these are the effects of artificial intelligence in law, the laws that may have to be evolved to protect the liabilities arising out of these artificial intelligence. But the positive side of it is the law firms or lawyers, for both the innovation in servicing the clients will increase. They'll be much faster, much better, much accurate. The court systems will become much more consistent in their judgments, and the focus will change not only from earning the revenue to the basics to earning much higher profits, because your efficiency would have increased. And like I said in the beginning, you have to see it as a tool, not as a disadvantage, not as a replacement. Use artificial intelligence. And let me conclude by saying that the search for the missing elusive judicial compassion of the judge, like in matrimonial cases, or the feel of the case by a competent counsel, these things the artificial intelligence can never substitute. Now, if you look at it in matrimonial cases today, and especially in India, there are huge emotions involved. When you approach a court, you see not only is the judge listening to them, but they are also giving them a patient hearing. They may call them to the chamber. They may ask what actually is the problem. They will try to mediate between the couples. So the human touch of that judge, not only in matrimony, in most of cases. And let me give you an example where, the judge, how it helped the human emotions when we talk about. And this is a case of mediation, which is actual case. What had happened was there was this very interesting fight between the brothers. They were in a legal battle for many years. When one of the brothers died, now the brother who died, his son was in US, and he got to know of his father's sad demise, and he wanted to come, but because of some reasons, he could not reach India in time. So the cremation was required to be done. In that cremation, the eldest in the family, being that brother with whom he had been in constant legal battle, was the only male elder in the family who was asked to give fire to the funeral. And by the time the son reached, the cremation had already taken place. Now the situation came in where the cremated, what do you call, the cremation asthia were to be submerged in the river. Now the son said that my father always had a fight with this very brother, with this very member of the family. He should not be allowed to submerge the asthia of my father. The chacha, the uncle, who was now having cremated the brother, he said that as per the Hindu culture, whoever cremates or whoever puts the fire in the cremation is the one who will actually have to or be allowed to submerge the asthia in the water. Now, emotional issue. The son, totally against his uncle doing the submersion, approached the court. The case went on till the Supreme Court of India. Came up before Justice Sikri, who said that, okay, after hearing the arguments, I'll pass the order, but why don't you go in for mediation? Now, do you see artificial intelligence, if would have been in play here, the judge would have possibly just passed the order, seeing the positives or the negatives. But here, the judge, having an emotional touch, thought that there is a possibility of a settlement, referred it to a mediation. In mediation, the questions came up where it was asked by the son that since how long this fight has been going on? He says many years between the father and the uncle. Now, but he says, do you have any personal fight with the uncle? He says, no. He says, has the uncle always been bad to you? He says, no. In fact, when I was a child, the uncle would bring me chocolates or play with me. And in fact, when my father would scold, it was my uncle who was helping me. It was only later, due to property disputes, that the fight had begun. So, igniting those emotions between the parties, finally, the settlement took place that the uncle, as per the Hindu rituals, will deposit the or submerge the asthya in the river, and the son would come along with him. And they both happily, with this decision, went back to the court to say that a settlement has taken place. When the court heard the settlement, the judge, Justice Sikri, he said that this is exactly what I had written in the judgment, because as per the Hindu, if I go by the rule book, and the rule book in such cases would be the Hindu culture, the rituals, the Vedas, I have come to the conclusion that it was the legal right of the uncle to submerge, because he was the one who had put the fire in the funeral pyre. But the son would be allowed to accompany the uncle. However, if it would have come by way of a judgment, they would have been, as a matter of right, they would have gone together, but they would have had ill feelings towards each other, even while submerging those asthya in the river. But today, because of the human intervention, because of the emotions involved, the same situation will take place. However, it will happen without any ill feelings. In fact, with love and affection, both of them will do what exactly the judge would have passed the decision. So you see how artificial intelligence and human intelligence can make so much of a difference in passing of a very judgment. These things the artificial intelligence can never substitute. Then feel of the case. Trust me, and I'm sure my office would agree with me, they are all watching this. When everybody has worked hard on a case, somebody has done the research for the work, somebody has prepared the notes for the arguments, they have worked day and night, and next day when you argue a case and you win the case, it is not just the main counsel who has won the case. The entire team in the office feels they have won the case. That's the beauty of human involvement, which artificial intelligence can never substitute. So let me end with this quote. All is likely to be either the best or the worst thing to happen to humanity. Artificial intelligence here. This was said by Stephen Hawking. In fact, if you've seen this movie, The Theory of Everything, I don't know how many would have seen it, and I wish this was a physical lecture where I could have asked and I would have seen hands being raised and it would have been nice. But let me quote you, there was this at the end of this movie, Stephen Hawking, he said something very interesting. He said that, and I quote his words, he said that it is clear that we are just an advanced breed of primates on a minor planet orbiting around a very average star in the outer suburb of one among 100 billion galaxies. What can be more special that there is no boundary, and there should be no boundary to human endeavor. While there is life, there is hope. That is the beauty of human intelligence, which artificial intelligence can never substitute. However, we should work towards developing and evolving the artificial intelligence to help us as a tool to make things more efficient and not feel threatened by it. Because no matter how much advanced the artificial intelligence can get, it can never substitute the human involvement. Thank you.
So it was a sheer delight listening to you. Thank you so much. You've articulately enumerated the significance of artificial intelligence in a legal profession, especially highlighting the advantages keeping judiciary at the focal point. Each one of us is really pleased to have been a part of this captivating session. We shall now begin with the question and answer session. I can see a lot of questions pouring in from our audience.
Yes.
So with your permission, sir, may I now begin with the first question?
Yes, please.
According to a study, only about 5% of lawyers in India make use of artificial intelligence for their work. However, it is also predicted that artificial intelligence is here to stay and penetrate the legal field. In such a scenario, what should law colleges be focusing on to ensure that the lawyers of tomorrow are equipped to deal with the age of artificial intelligence?
Yes, in fact, this is just something that I was discussing with my office and joking around. See, today we are making lawyers in law colleges. Tomorrow we'll be making legal engineers. We'll be making lawyers who are aware not only of law but of how to use the artificial intelligence to use the law. So that definitely would be a subject which will get added. The softwares, the developing technologies, all these things in this profession will become part of the curriculum, and in fact it should, because without that the actual development will never come, the change will never come.
Thank you so much, sir. I really cannot agree more, and especially when you highlighted the concept of legal engineer. I mean, seriously, that is the main chunk of the whole session. So, moving forward to the next question, like you highlighted, employment is a major concern with the use of artificial intelligence and law. In a country like India, where there are huge numbers of lawyers being churned out every year, taking away a major chunk of the work will have a substantial impact. How can we possibly deal with the same situation?
I told you artificial intelligence, that was the quote I began with. It will be a use to help you. Use it as a tool. Don't be afraid of it. And I think I made that very clear in my entire lecture, that how you can use it as a tool and not be scared that it will replace you in any way.
Yes, sir. Right.
I hope that answers, if I've understood
Yes,
the
sir.
question correctly.
Absolutely. So moving on the next question. Wouldn't the possibility of strengthening bias in artificial intelligence systems be an impediment to including AI in courts? So, for example, correctional offender management profiling for alternative sanctions was much more prone to mistakenly label Black defendants as likely to reoffend, wrongly flagging them at almost twice the rate as the white people. So, what do you have to say over that?
See, again, human intelligence, uh, when a judge is sitting there, and if you actually follow the rule of law as as it is, as it should be, then of course there will never be any kind of these kind of differences, or the judgments or the biasness in the judgments could be seen, because the very fact the rule of law says that you need to be unbiased, that the blindfold of the goddess Justitia's eyes shows that you're never supposed to look with any bias towards the people appearing before you. Now imagine if it's a artificial intelligence software which is taking a decision, and it's not that it's not biased or anything, but yes, if it sees a certain pattern of things happening, it will take that pattern as a precedence, which may end up giving you more biased or damaged results than what a judge, who may come as a more sensible or a more ethical judge, who may actually change without being affected by whatever the precedence has been in the past. That application of mind will in fact help you. The human intelligence will actually help you, rather than artificial intelligence which will just go by the book without actually getting into the actual scenario before him.
Right, sir, right. Cannot agree more. So, sir, coming towards the last question of the session, outcome prediction software is the most common use of AI in the field of law, but this essentially takes away the human touch that the members of a judiciary bring to the process of the administration of justice on a case-to-case basis. Can this essentially be a good thing? So you have already answered this question very well in your session, but I would still request you to sum up in a 2 or 3 sentences for the sake of our participants. That would be really great.
Like I said, artificial intelligence can never substitute the human intelligence, neither for the judges, not the person sitting on the bench or sitting at the bar. When we argue a case, the teamwork, the team spirit, the feel of going through your file, the feel of arguing, the feel of preparation, that can never be substituted by an artificial intelligence. And let me conclude by saying, see, as lawyers, and this recently again, I was telling my people, my associates, as lawyers, what is your job? There are only two things. What has made us, what makes any lawyer is reading and writing. Reading, when I say, I mean the precedents, the research, the legal research. The more you do it, the more your language changes, the more you improve as a lawyer. Then comes your writing, which is your drafting. So unless you are majorly into drafting, majorly into reading, you will not be able to argue well in the court. You will not be able to understand the concepts of law. So if you totally depend on artificial intelligence to do that work, you will never become good lawyers. So no matter how many artificial intelligence software comes in, they'll your need to read and write can never end, because that's what makes you a lawyer.
Right, sir. Absolutely. Reading and writing is exactly what makes us a lawyer. So, sir, we have another question, the one last question, which says, is artificial intelligence more suited to supplement old school adversarial litigation or the ADR practices?
See, ADR practices is not some different form of litigation. It is the same litigation in a different way of doing it. So the entire process in arbitration would be a process which is followed in the court. So it's not something different. Mediation, of course, needs a human touch. Artificial intelligence can't do mediation except in commercial agreements, but there also it can tell you the pros and cons of certain aspects. So end of the day, depends as to which part of ADR you're referring to. Everything will have a different connotation altogether. So you have to be more specific in that question. But yes, definitely it will help. Artificial intelligence is good, but you cannot totally rely on artificial intelligence. You will need a human to use this technology to give better judgments. That's all.
Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being so patient and answering all the questions so comprehensively. I'm sure that our participants have got the answers they were looking for. We are really indebted by your knowledge and experiences, and I want to apologize to all those participants whose questions were not addressed to. We will make sure that your questions are forwarded to a resource person via mail. I, from the bottom of my heart and being, thank our guest on behalf of the entire New Law College family for taking out time for this session and eloquently answering all the questions. I'm sure that the audience is extremely delighted to have witnessed your captivating session, just like I am. Sir, we really look forward to learning from you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Your session has left us with a lot to think about. I especially enjoy the part where you highlighted how AI may replace a lot of things, but it'll never be able to replace the feeling of a favorable judgment with your team of lawyers.
True.
We as a law college shall also be looking into exploring the concept of legal engineers, like you said, who are definitely going to be the future of the legal profession. Thank you so much, sir. And
Thank
we
you,
hope that you let us take up your offer on a physical session with our students very soon, sir.
Oh, I've already been there once and I would love to come again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you are an extended family, sir. We look forward to hosting you again very soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Manuel.
Hello. Very nice to see you all.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. So we're concluding.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to the end of session 8. Thank you, one and all. We shall now begin with session 9 in a few minutes. Kindly stay back. Thank you.
Manuel, sir, hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Very good evening from India. Good morning to you, though.
Good morning. Yeah, good evening.
So we just finished with our session 8. We'll be beginning with your session in a couple of minutes. Could you just give us a couple of minutes, sir?
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Manuel, sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are.
So with your permission, can we begin with the session? We have been really looking forward to your session since yesterday.
Yeah, me too. I'm very excited. Thank you.
All right, so with your permission, may I please request Sobhya to take over and introduce the session, please? Sobhya?
A very good afternoon to one and all present. It is an absolute honor and privilege to be welcoming all of you to session 9 of the 2-day online international workshop on artificial intelligence and law, organized by Center for Artificial Intelligence and Law in association with the Legal Research Center, set up at Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune. Artificial intelligence in the world of intellectual property has raised some very interesting questions and debate. The patentability of AI-related inventions, proprietary issues of inventorship, and the lack of adequate regulations have left some open-ended questions. This session on the topic, artificial intelligence and intellectual property, is primarily aimed at unveiling various such issues. I consider myself privileged to be welcoming our resource person for this session, Mr. Manuel Putasio. Sir is currently working as a digital risk consultant in a company named CESCE, part of a multinational corporation, Indra. He deals with issues relating to cyber risk, data privacy, and software asset management. Sir holds a master's degree in law and technology from the Tilburg Institute of Law and Technology. Also, Sir had been invited as a speaker in the International Conference of Neuro Law and Society at Sydney in the year 2018, where he presented his paper, Cognitive Experiences Under the Influence of Virtual and Augmented Reality. Sir, we are absolutely thrilled to have you with us this afternoon, and I now request you to kindly address the gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. I'm also very excited to be here. This is an amazing opportunity for me. As you may well know, I'm not a senior scholar or anything like it, but I'm very excited to talk with all of you about this subject and this industry, this new industry, because this is amazing. These are amazing times we are all living, everyone from academic to actually business type of people. This is very exciting to think about, to share with you my knowledge and to also listen to you, because we all have something to learn. I have a lot to learn for sure, and be part of a workshop like this. It's an amazing opportunity for me. I would like to thank you for inviting me, and also I hope you like it. I hope more than liking it, I hope I make you think about these subjects, because this is my purpose today. I don't want you to have any answers for any problems. I want you to just think about these problems that I'm going to present to you. Some of you may well already know what kind of subjects are emerging from and stemming from this intersection between AI and IP. So let's figure it out together. That's the thing. I just want to be sure, if you see my screen, I'm going to see. Are you guys seeing it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are.
Okay. Are you seeing the presentation or the presenter's view?
So we can see the presentation right now.
Okay, great. Then let's go. So what I'm going to do today basically is I'll start by giving an overview of IP, because we cannot talk about this subject without having the basics ready. And although probably all of you already know, from patents to trade secrets to copyright, I think it's useful to just bring us back to some of these basics before we enter to the actual discussion. So, as you probably know, we have a lot of ways to protect inventions. And before we reach to AI inventions, I think it's useful to think about what kind of protection should we think about to anything that stems from AI. Usually people think about patents, trade secrets, designs, and I'll say copyright, because that's the most exciting thing when AI starts to paint and starts to make music. But before that, I think it's useful to look at the patent requirements, what is patentable, and to think about the industry, the automotive industry, the electronics, the housekeeping, the health sector. I have to give you some information first. If by any reason there's a cat passing by, I'm very sorry, but I have my cat here. There, I think she's also excited to be part of this presentation. So
we are excited to be
she
hosting her
might
as well.
she might pass by. There's a lot to think about when we're trying to protect an invention. The first thing is, and I'm going to bring back that problem over and over again during the presentation, is this balance between how to foster inventiveness, because this is the whole reason why we have intellectual property, is to protect inventions, but also to find a way to incentivize people to keep on creating. And sometimes this is a little bit paradoxical, because the more property you have, the less chance you have to add some new creation. And we will go through it as well with the tragedy of the anti-commons and with the tragedy of the commons that I'll start explaining. But one thing that I want to give you is to have in mind these three main requirements: industrial application, novelty, and inventiveness, because this is very important, especially when we start thinking about patents and AI creation, and the standards of the skilled person in the art, or the expert, well, as some of us say, when assessing what is novel, how come that creation stems from the state of the art. So in the robotic industry, there's a lot to think about, but the main aspects that I should consider, I think it's the idea to recoup the investment made, especially with AI, because as you will know, AI is these huge databases with algorithms embedded that analyze the data, and the more data you have, the more information you have to analyze, and the bigger the possibilities of the AI can arise from these data. And this is a very big investment, not only to build these databases, but also to gather all this data. And I don't know if you know, but there's this in EU, we have these sui generis right, as we call it, for databases, where we figured that we couldn't give the same protection as we give to software or to some patented inventions, but we figured that the way to protect databases is to look at the economic value of the data and how the data is organized, and try to recoup that investment for people. So this is important, very important for AI, because this is one of the alternative ways that people are looking to in order to protect these creations from AI. We'll see that there is also a lot of ways for you to come up with strategies in terms of patent strategies, in order for you not only to recoup some of the investment, but sometimes there are industry strategies, the so-called patent thickets, the royalty stacking, which basically patent thickets, it's a lot like patents, but it's an elaboration of that phenomenon called the tragedy of the anti-commons, which is this idea that when you fragment or you segment a lot of property, at some point this will impair, this will stop fostering innovation and inventiveness. It's this idea that follows up with an example in Tokyo area, because of earthquakes, where you had an earthquake and the building collapsed, and they wanted to rebuild this building, and so they look at the owner of the land, and it appeared that the land was divided in very, very small parts, and each one belonging to one owner. So the only way to rebuild the building would be if all the owners agree. And this is a problem because you enter on this conundrum because of the way the property is segmented. And this happens a lot with patents and with inventions in general, with a lot of licensing, and then and then it becomes a strategy, because if you cannot give away licenses to people, you start to disable them from the opportunity to invent more, to create more. And maybe I need a license to foster my own idea, to come up with an invention. So this is always, there's always a big problem between incentive, monetary incentive, economic incentive, and fostering innovation. There are a lot of people that believe that there shouldn't be IP at all. I'm not one of those people, although I do see their point, because we reached to a level where sometimes it's very hard to think where we're going to be in the next 10 years or the next 20 years if we keep on having 70 years of protection because of copyright, or 20 years of protection because of a patent. This happens also a lot with pharmaceutical companies. Contrary to this idea of the segmentation of property, you have the tragedy of the commons, which is that example with the pasture and the sheep, where you have this pasture, this land that is common to everyone, and so they can put their sheep, and everyone can put as much as they want there. But this will lead out to the pasture to turn barren and useless to everyone, because at some point you need property rights. You need to give away individual responsibility to people for their own farm, their own land, or in this case, their own inventions. And people should deal with goods in this responsible way. And the only way to do that is to attribute to them property. And I'm going to pass to, I want you to gather these advantages for the patentee, because this will be very important when we start. It will be a broad discussion, but when we start to think about AI creations and AI inventions, we have to think about this idea of recoup investment and attracting investment, and the exclusive rights and the balancing of all of this. If you don't want patents, there's always a good alternative, trade secrets. It's the most successful example, probably all of you know, it's the Coca-Cola recipe. And it's a very good alternative way for you to protect your investment, but there are some disadvantages as well. Let's go through the advantages first. Of course, you get a huge technological lead, because again, no one can see, there's not a disclosure that there is in patents. So it's easier for you to protect your invention in that way. And who knows, the protection like Coca-Cola recipe can go way over the 20 years. It's also easier to monitoring, but this then as another disadvantage, because, for example, if you have a company, you have to keep on having NDAs to everyone. These non-disclosure agreements are very important, and at some point, the employee mobility is very high. So for newly created companies, patents may be the best way to go, because they need to prove and provide value to investors. So trade secrets, I would say that is the best strategy for already established companies, where they don't need to recoup that initial investment or build up their reputation. So they go later, on a later stage, when they're already established, to this alternative way of trade secrets. One of the good ways to think about trade secrets with AI inventions is to think about the long research and development stage. Is usually associated with trade secrets, because you can go through a very long process of research and development of the technology. and if you keep it all under trade secret, it's also easier for you to control what kind of information goes out to the public. So you have to be careful, for example, with workshops or conferences, because sometimes that leads to a problem. Because at some point, maybe someone will reverse engineer the technology, even if they weren't aware completely of the looks of the technology and the R&D stage, but they might reverse engineer, and you don't have a way to argue against that, to counterimpose your rights, unless you prove that you violated an NDA or something. Now, copyright, it's the, probably you are all aware of what it protects, the benefits and the disadvantage, but I want you also to consider that I'm giving you this information that is mostly based on EU policies. Fortunately, nowadays, because of WIPO and other institutions, this is a more or less harmonized. So the rules won't be that many different for EU, US, or India, or even the UK, although there are some relevant differences. I'm not going through all of them, so I just want you to give you this broader perspective to, again, to trigger the discussion on the later stage. We know that, what does the copyright protect? It protects literary, artistic, and scientific original work. There is a very important definition of what it means to be original, and this is also relevant for the AI inventions, as we'll see it later, because originality usually relates with a human author, because of the idea of the intellectual property. Although an AI is somewhat intellectual, it doesn't have the intellect, doesn't have the intention of creating. It obeys a set of command rules that, even with machine learning, is still a command rules. It's a mathematical formulas that are compiled, and they're analyzing data, and they are stemming conclusions from that data. And although at some point he might become alone in that process, as a sort of speak, it always stems from the original command of rules, and that is important when we start to discuss the AI inventions, because of some analogies that I will do, and you probably already thought about. This is also important to think about the idea of infringement when we talk about the data that is fed to the AI, because let's think about this AI that is capable of doing a painting, as we'll see an example later. If the AI is analyzing a lot of artistic works, a lot of data, and some of these artistic works are copyright infringements, then it's like the idea of the poison tree. If you feed an infringement to the AI, any creation that it might stem from it, from that data, will be an infringement by itself. Design. Why do I want to talk about design? Because nowadays, especially on the robotic industry, the products are very consumer facing, and there is this need to protect the look and feel effect of the robot. The facial expressions of Sophia are a very good example of it, how we humanize these creations, but that doesn't happen all the time. For example, these vacuums, vacuum cleaners like the robotized Gopal. And of course, you can have protection of design in less interactive forms like this one, but in general, it's important to consider this way of protection, because if you cannot go for any other, at least you can protect your design, which is also a very important part of the creation itself. Now, the reason why I was invited here, and the main topic of this discussion, protecting AI works and inventions. This my friends, is a piece of work from a Portuguese author. Well, author. We have to be careful with the semantics. But yeah, this is a guy called Lionel Moura. And basically what he does is, as you see these tiny robots on top of the paper, he fills them up with paint, and they go randomly around the paper, and they sprinkle these patterns of paint on a non-set way, completely random way, and this is exhibited in art exhibitions and some museums. And I mean, it's art. The concept of art, although related with IP, doesn't depend on it. Not everything that can be protected is art, and the other way around. There's a lot of things that are art, even though they don't have these intellectual property rights. And this is a very good example of it. And I want you to consider this example, because later we'll talk about this chain of intervention of AI on the creative process of an author, and this is one of the examples. Another example is this one. This is Paul the robot painting Patrick Tresset, and on a particular style that was based on the designs of the artist. And in this case, the artist, the author, the human author, as the camera, he sees and he makes a portrait. So this is already a different level of intervention I wouldn't say this is not AI, but these are examples of how technology can assist on the creative process. And in this case, you have the execution itself made by the technology, although the creative process stems from the author. The author visualizes and is seen through the camera, but it's the robot that executes. It's different from the other example that we see here, because here you don't see much of the intention of the author, except for the fact that he fills up these tiny robots with paint, and then he lets them go around and sprinkle the paint. And finally, I think there will be this video. I want you to tell me if you can see the video. Can you?
Yes, sir, we can.
So there is no audio, I think.
This, my friends, it's incredible. As you probably figured out, it's a Rembrandt piece made by an AI, and this is unbelievable because this is the beginning of this discussion. This is what trigger all these problems, all these conundrums, because we have an algorithm making something that we as a society already established the value, or the artistic value. It's unbelievable, and it created a lot of issues for IP policy institutions and for thinkers. And I want you to be one of these thinkers and to start thinking, is this the same as someone coming up and making an incredible impression of Rembrandt? It wouldn't be protected because it wouldn't be original, but the artistic value of it, can it make something different and original based on this style and be the next Rembrandt? And who knows, 100 years from now, we'll be looking at an algorithm like we look today to Rembrandt or to Van Gogh or any other great author. These are the questions that we have to start thinking. So I gave you these examples because this is where we are right now. The literature usually divides this chain of intervention of AI on inventiveness, on creations. You have the first level, which is an AI-assisted creation, like the example of the Portuguese author, Moura, with the sprinkling robots. And here you have the expression of the creative choices of the author. Here, I have some issues with this, because here the creative choice is for him to fill up with paint, and the intent is on using the robots for that purpose. The creative choices are there, of course. He had the brilliant idea of putting these tiny robots around there and making them sprinkle paint, and it is a creative choice. But here the AI is clearly just a tool on the creative process. But it's still new means of realizing creative activity, that's the thing. Then on the next level, you have AI and human creation. You have a combination of expressive elements from the human author and AI, like the second example, Paul the robot. The human creation here is easier to see. It remains because he has the intent of what he wants to design. He's seeing everything from the camera. So his intent and the creative choices are there, of course. The problem is the author is just giving instructions and a command set of rules. And here, of course, the UK Copyright and Patents Act says that the rights holder could be in questions. Is it the author or for whom the work was generated? That's the thing, because here he uses the robot. Will be the manufacturer of the robot, which might not be the guy that is seeing through the camera, or will be the guy that is seeing from the camera. And then you have to separate on clear different waters what is the level of intervention of AI and the creative choices and the intention from the author, because it's not enough if I just give the basic instructions to an AI database algorithm, and then they're consuming all this data, and then I just state the conclusion of AI. That's not enough. You don't have there any human, actually meaningful creative process. It's the AI doing all the work, and you just give the beginning, the first set of rules, and then you say, the AI made this. And that's not enough, of course. And then you have the AI creation, which there's no human contribution. Is a little bit what I'm talking about. And you have a creation independent from the personality of the programmer or user. Someone built the algorithm for any use, and someone had the idea, and here it's relevant, although it's not meaningful in terms of the creative process of using this algorithm and feed him with his data, and then he creates this kind of stuff. For example, the Rembrandt piece that we saw. The only way that AI could do that Rembrandt was by studying all these painting styles, focusing probably on the Rembrandt style. And from that point to the point of actual creating it, there's no human intervention. He's probably just overseeing the process, but he's not engaging in the creative process itself. He's not choosing anything with the AI, so to speak. Considering these three levels, I want you to now consider this division that I've seen from a whiteboard report, which is it's a very good report for you to look. It's from February 2019. It's just basic guidelines. It doesn't go very deep on the subject, but it tries to come up with some interesting questions and to answer those questions. Of course, there are not right answers or wrong answers right now, because there is not jurisprudence, and although you start having some decisions, as we'll see later, it's not enough. But I separated, or wipe was separated, and I just brought it up here to the PowerPoint, the idea of an augmented creation and an autonomous creation. If we consider here, the third level would be the autonomous creation, and the first and the second level would be the augmented creation. I tend to enjoy very much this idea of the augmented creation because it's almost like establishing the idea that you are still seeing the creative process from the human perspective, although now you have a technology that is assisting you on that process. But this brings a whole conceptual problem that I did address in what relates with the augmented and virtual reality, and I think it's relevant here as well, which is the idea that maybe we are raising the bar. We are raising the bar in terms of state of the art and analyzing the state of the art, for example, with the patent requirements. We will assess the inventiveness, the person skilled in the arts that the patent courts talk about. Will it consider the level of knowledge and the level of an analysis of an AI? This is the thing. So if we still consider that this is a human process, even though you are assisted probably for most of the job with the technology, then we're talking about an augmented creation. It's just not a human creation, it's a human in-nest creation. And I like to talk about this probable idea of raising the bar because the standard, this is no longer, we're not talking just about the reasonable man. Every creation with the technology assisting you, it's no longer on the level of the reasonable man. We're talking about the next level. Maybe all augmented creations are on a level of expertise that we didn't see before. And if we are going to look at this from this perspective, then we need to reform the conceptual law behind it. We need to talk about these transhumanistic law, if you want to sort of speak. What I mean with that is that we need to think about building up laws and assisting judges in their reasoning and making them considering that things are changing. We are not. This is like creating something with a certain drug that enhances your capacities. And if you were doing that, then the law, because the law has already established a regime for the use of drugs, enhancing drugs, doping, for example, in sports, it's a little bit like that. I'm not saying that we should. Oh no, is like they do in sports. If they use these these enhanced drugs, you're out of the. You're disqualified. This is not it. We're not disqualifying all the creations. I am not in favor of that. But we have to decide from this point now in time, before this starts to become more pervasive. We have to decide now how we're going to look at this. And then it comes the other questions, the balance between investment and inventiveness. How are we going to incentive these AI tools, because they are important, no one doubts that, but how are we going to recoup the investment that people made with these AI tools without impairing the whole creativeness industry? We want people to keep on creating, but if you start to grant rights for a music score to AIs without thinking on the subject, without thinking on maybe a different regime or something that we'll go and check later, then no one can compete with that. And this is this is my point. So always IP is about this balance of investment and inventiveness. We have to reward people, we have to incentivize people without impairing the whole industry of inventiveness, without impairing the creative processes. This is from the perspective of augmented creation. When we think about autonomous creation, we have to think about a different regime. We have to think about alternative ways to protect this, because this is a clear other thing. This is not just a creation assisted by AI or a robot. This is a completely autonomous creation. And some authors, and I tend to agree with this perspective, think about the idea of AI here is just a hired force. is like an employee. So if you are working for a company and in your contract you say that every intellectual property that stems from you is the company's property, this is a little bit like that. It's not that different. So even if I'm working on a very creative company, I come up with this amazing idea that I know that can be patented or I can have copyright over it. If I work for a company, I don't have a choice. The copyright, the intellectual property there is the company's. And some people, I like this idea because at least it simplifies the subject. And we cannot also enter that path of overcomplicating things. And this is relevant for me to think about these questions. And the main one, of course, the original creation. What do we want to protect? I like to think that in the exercise of trying to regulate problems that might arise from emergent technologies, we should always ask ourselves the question: what do we want to protect? What is desirable and what is not desirable? For example, with this, of course, it's desirable to have amazing pieces of artistic works and more creativeness. What is not desirable? Maybe it's not desirable raising the bar. Maybe it's not desirable taking away the opportunity and the chance for a lot of human authors to keep on creating, because the bar is so high. If we consider everything we have been talking about, that no one will be able to create. The state of the art will be with too much expertise. And as we know, not everyone can have an AI at home. Not everyone can have this huge database and the capability of analyzing the data to create new things, new pieces of work, new artistic works. And I know it sounds a little bit cliche to think, what do we want to protect? But this is something that we have to consider always when looking to emerging technologies. What is desirable and what is not desirable? And from that single thought, then you can think about regulation. That's why, and I learned this in my master, philosophy matters here, because philosophical theories, deontological theories, utilitarian theories, egalitarian theories help you answer this question. What kind of society do you want to live? What kind of, if you have other emergent technologies, would you regulate it in a utilitarian way, or would you regulate it in an egalitarian way? And sometimes the answer is not simple, and sometimes these philosophical theories have a double side. And one can argue that with the AI, there will be a lot of these double side coins, where when we think about, okay, yes, we want to protect the investment of someone building up this AI to foster environment and to foster the state of the art, but do we want to do it in the same terms that we have been doing with human authors? This is the question that we're going to check a bit later. First, I would like you to look at this story. You probably know about it. Usually, everyone is aware of this. This came out when I was still in my bachelor, but the decision hasn't come out until I think 2 years ago. And this is very important, because regarding the inventiveness and inventive step, the involvement of AI in the inventing process might not pose a huge challenge to the system of intellectual property. But who is, if you remember the story, this was a monkey that stole basically the camera from the I don't remember if it was a biologist. I think he was studying, or he was just a photographer. I don't quite remember. But he stole and he took a selfie, and it is a photograph, so it's subjected to copyright. The thing is, does he have the intention? And then we come to the whole concept of authorship. is being an author only relating to human intention? And for a matter of fact, the United States Copyright Office said that only works created by human can be copyrighted, which excludes pictures and artwork created by animals or by machines. And this is relevant for us, as you probably already figured it out, because at least here they don't leave a chance. They say, look, inventions or artistic work from machines won't count. But this is not simple, and although I do agree with this decision, we have to think about the consequences, the conceptual and philosophical consequences of this type of decision. Because, for example, we know that computers can come up with inventions. There are a lot of examples of that. And one of the examples is a university of Surrey that has filed the first patent applications for inventions created by a machine. And these applications were made to the US, EU, and the UK. They are for a machine using artificial intelligence, and it's related with these ideas for a beverage container and a flashing light. We know that these decisions are not yet out, and we are waiting for it, because as with this decision from the United States Copyright Office, this will be very important, and that's why we have to start thinking about this subject now, because these decisions are coming out now, and this will basically frame the whole system, thought system for these problems, and we need to discuss this, because we might go on the wrong way. That is my point. So, problems with patents for inventive robots. We know that the involvement of AI in the inventive product might not pose a huge challenge to the current system as we saw. The problem is with the concept of inventor, the author itself, and also the problem with the augmented creations, the idea that AI might raise the bar of the invention step. And then, who is inventor? Is it always the manufacturer of the AI? Is the company that owns the AI? Is the AI itself? I know maybe some of you are aware that a lot of people are talking about the personhood of artificial intelligence. I don't think we are there yet. We don't have an AGI, and we don't have sentient artificial intelligence algorithms, so I don't think that discussion matters that much, although it's very interesting, because maybe we'll reach that point. But the main point here is for example, the patent office from 2020 said whoever invents or discovers any new useful process may obtain a patent, therefore subject to the conditions. This is a little bit semantics. Whoever suggests a natural person, of course. I don't know if they did it with the intention of let's clear this thing up. Only humans can do this, and so let's use the word whoever. But as we all know, decisions and laws are subject to interpretation, and a lot of people are interpreting this one like that. The thing is, these problems, as I mentioned before on the other slides, we have to think about these problems now, because at some point, even though AI is still a tool that is a little bit only for the big players, let's say like that, we have to think about this now, because maybe one day it will be more mainstream. And although I'm all in favor of augmented creations, I might not be completely in favor of granting rights to a completely autonomous creation from an algorithm or from a robot, because then we raise the bar, and that might impair the human ability to create and to be rewarded by those creations. Possible solutions. This is just a very broad very broad thoughts because there are no solutions yet. But main idea here, the economic value. The idea, for example, the sui generis right that I talked about with databases. Maybe one way to protect this is to consider AIs, which they are, a very specific type of databases, and grant them this regime of sui generis right or another type of right. And with that, create a very specific regime for artificial intelligence. And there are a lot of ideas. One of the ideas, for example, could be to impose the requirement of registration for copyright, for example. You can have that copyright law reform. We know now that nowadays we don't need to register a music score or a painting for us to be granted copyright. It doesn't work like that, but maybe for AI inventions, maybe we could do that. I'm not saying that to make it more difficult, the process of protecting this, but it would definitely clear the waters. You would definitely separate the human creations from these AI creations. Otherwise, is what we do now with the neighboring rights, for example, to look at these AI inventions as a way to a performance, from a performance point of view, and to have the right stemming from those creations like that, not as we have for most of the creations. Or else we just can disregard all of this and not grant any protection, which is not idiotic. It's an idea as well, of course. There's no author, so there's no protection, and everything that any creative invention that stems from AI enters the public domain, and therefore we can learn from them, and we can create based on that. The problem is then economic value. How do you incentivize people to create AIs and to use AIs to foster innovation, or to just give away more knowledge? Because if they don't have an incentive, mainly the economic incentive, then we will also impair inventiveness. Again, that balance between one and the other. But it's something for all of us to think about. There are not right answers right now, but everything can be considered. And I think this is just my perspective. I think either ways, if we think about protecting in some way, even if it's granting just a 5-year period protection for patents created by AIs, or if we tell them you have to register to have copyright, or to grant them a kind of a database sui generis protection like we had before. Either ways, we have to think about it conceptually, and that's what I want from you. I want you to think about all of this from a conceptual point of view, because many problems might arise from some conclusions that we take on a beginning, an early stage, and then we cannot come back. And that's why we have to think about this now. Any questions? I hope you enjoyed. I won't have answers for all of you, but I hope that we can talk about this.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an enthralling and stimulating session. You have very ably introduced us to the foundational concepts of intellectual property, and at the same time, you have very comprehensively explained to us the interplay between artificial intelligence and intellectual property. Each one of us is really pleased to be a part of this session.
Thank you very much.
We shall now begin with the question and answer session. We have a large number of questions from our participants. So with your permission, sir, may I now begin with the first question?
Absolutely.
Okay. So has WIPO been taking any step towards securing a global artificial intelligence policy?
As what? I'm sorry.
WIPO, has WIPO been taking any steps towards securing a global AI policy?
No, I think you should, whomever asked this question, should try to see that report that I mentioned from February 2019. It's very interesting. It's maybe the first direction to that, to a global policy with artificial intelligence and intellectual property, because they go through all these questions that I went through, and they try to answer them. You have to consider that this is not established yet. We don't have that many examples, and there are not that many court decisions or jurisprudence, but it is a start. It is a way to start thinking about this. And there are questions. The idea, for example, of separating augmented creation from autonomous creation, it comes from that report. I'm almost sure it's from February 2019. So if you want to check it, it's very good.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll definitely look into it. Moving towards the other question, legal systems currently in existence are not defined sufficiently to confront problems arising with the rapid development of artificial intelligence. I don't think the systems can even answer straightforward questions like who is the author of a painting made by a machine using AI? How do you think law framers can deal with such a scenario?
I completely agree with that analysis, and I think one of the ways to try to solve this is to look at it conceptually. For many years, I think we take for granted the conceptual framework of regulation, because we're living 2020. We think all concepts are created, so we just need to apply laws here and there. But this is not the reality nowadays. We have new realities, so we have to think about new concepts for those realities. And the whole conceptual framework it's a process that comes not only from regulators but from analyzing what the people think of the reality. You have the reality itself, then you have how we perceive that reality, which is never as clear as the reality itself. And then public institutions, whether courts, regulators, governments, kind of establish that perception of the reality, and they say, okay, the people look at this reality like this, let's regulate how people look at it. But we cannot do this if we don't think about the ontological perspective. What do these realities entail? That's why my thesis, for example, was focused on that conceptual reform, because the whole idea of using technology like augmented virtual reality or AI in assisting processes, human processes, it's revolutionizing. It's revolutionary because we're talking about almost as using enhancing drugs, like the example I did. And we know that if I sign a contract where my cognitive abilities are impaired because either I'm drunk or I'm under the effect of some drug, that as a legal value, that it's not the same as if I was signing that sober. And it's not the same as, for example, a duty of care. A doctor's decision has more legal responsibility than my decision that I'm not a doctor. But if I have a technology that puts me on the same level as that doctor, then we have to think about maybe consider me an augmented version of me on the level of that doctor. And this is that concept perspective that I think we have to look on. We have to think about it.
Right, sir. Absolutely. With the changing times, the definition of reality should also change. Absolutely agree. Okay, so moving forward to the next question. What kind of an impact do you think will granting of personality to AI systems have on the global IP scenario? IP, that is intellectual property scenario.
I don't have an answer for that. I can just give you my view on it. As I said before, I don't think personhood right now is the best way to look into it, because AI, as developed as it may be, it's still a tool. We're not talking about sentient algorithms. We're not talking about general artificial intelligence, which we might one day reach, but we're not there yet. And I think personhood applies more to that kind of a framework for AGI. Although I think it's interesting and it's relevant to think about it now as well, at least to start fostering those thoughts in our minds. But I don't think it will have such a big impact on the IP framework, because the whole notion of authorship, as we know, depends a lot on the I won't say contractual relationship, but on the legal relationship you have with those tools. That's why the analogy with the employee. An AI is still a tool, so it still stems from you. And even if it can come up with some autonomous work, it's like it's your employee, so you own the copyright that is created by it. So I don't think personhood right now, as we are right now, it will impact that much the whole IP framework. But one day it might. So it's interesting to pose that question.
Right, sir. Thank you so much. Moving forward to the next question. There's a concept of a person trained in art under patent law, right? Should this concept be extended to machine trained in art as well? What are your views on the same?
That's a very good question. I've been posing that question to myself as well. And that's what I want to use for. That's what I mean with raising the bar, because the concept of person skilled in the art is based on this cognitive framework that we have for human abilities. We have the reasonable man, and if we look at it from this spectrum, we have below the reasonable man and above the reasonable man. For in considering the patent requirement of inventiveness, or assessing the event on the build-up of that state of the art, you would come up with that invention being a person skilled in the art or not. And they disregard your invention if they consider that you do not fulfill that requirement. So this is an assessment that will have to change with this new reality. Either we'll change the assessment itself, or we have to reframe the concept of person skilled in the art to consider maybe augmented versions of humans. And this is what I was talking about, that we cannot just apply different tests or different assessments without first thinking it from a conceptual perspective. I think that's a very good question. I don't have a straight answer to it, but I think maybe the first thing to do in what regards it is to go back to the conceptual way we look at what it means to be a person skilled in the art, what it means to be an expert, what it means to be the layman, the reasonable man, or someone below or above.
Absolutely, sir. So let our times only decide what has to be done and not us, right?
Yes.
So coming towards the last question of the session, is there a need to provide additional protection for copyright or database owners whose work are used by the AI systems?
I think so. I think we already have this kind of protection for databases, the so-called sui generis right. I don't see any reason to not consider the AI a type of database. So we might consider to give also sui generis right to AI in that sense, because we can consider them a database, maybe not the same database that right now we are thinking about, that are subject to those sui generis rights. But maybe the whole concept of sui generis right is that it's a different type of right with a specific regime applied to it. And yes, I think we can consider that. We can consider giving a certain database right in that sense to AIs. It would be a form of protected And as it does with databases, the sui generis right considers the economic value and economic investment on building up that database. And that would be a very good way to make the inventors of, or the manufacturers of the AI to recoup that investment. So in that sense, I think so, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. We have finally ended the question and answer session. Undoubtedly, our participants have greatly benefited from the session, and the ones whose queries were not addressed to, will make sure that the questions are forwarded to our resource person via mail.
Okay.
I, from the core of my being, thank our guest on behalf of the entire New Law College family for taking out time for this session and so thoroughly familiarizing us with the required topic and answering all the questions so articulately. I'm
Thank you
sure
very
that
much.
our audience is deeply intrigued by your knowledge and experiences. So we really look forward to learning from you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much as well. Thank you for the opportunity. If you want to reach with any other question, you can send me an email if you want. Again, I don't have all the answers in the world. Not as close as I will ever be, I think. But I like to discuss these topics. I like to talk about it. So as I saw now with all of your questions, I would like very much to hear more from you. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think
Manuel, sir,
it's with these
sometimes
kind of workshops that we're going to foster these new regulations. So great idea, and thank you very much.
Manuel, sir, sometimes I believe the direction of the discussion is more important than having answers itself.
Absolutely, I agree with that as well.
Your session has shed ample light on the developing area of artificial intelligence and intellectual property, sir. It was an absolute pleasure to listen to you. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you so much as well. I hope I hear from you again.
Yes, we'll definitely be in touch, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
With this, we come to the end of session 9. We shall now begin with session 10, which shall be the last session for this 2-day workshop. Stay back. We'll start it in a few minutes. Thank you so much.
Good evening, sir. Sir, I believe we are unable to hear you.
Good evening. How are you all?
Very well, sir. How are you, sir?
Very well.
So, with your permission, may we begin with the session?
Please go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Sobhi, I request you to take over and kindly start the session, please.
A very good morning to one and all present. It is an absolute honor and privilege to be welcoming all of you to session 10, that is the last session of the 2-day online international workshop on artificial intelligence and law, organized by Center for Artificial Intelligence and Law in association with the Legal Research Center set up at Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University New Law College, Pune. I take this opportunity to be welcoming our resource person for this session, Colonel Dr. D.P.K. Pillai. Sir has earned a Shaurya Chakra for gallantry beyond the call of duty in Tamenglong, Manipur, where he is remembered for the evacuation of wounded children, despite having himself received life-threatening injuries. Sir has held several assignments in his 29-year career in the Indian Army. Besides several field assignments, he was selected by the Chief of Army Staff to serve at the Military School, Bangalore, to inspire cadets to join the armed forces. In January 2006, he was selected as Planning Officer Defense in the Planning and International Cooperation Division of the Ministry of Defense. Being the first service officer in the MOD Secretariat, he handled issues ranging from defense policy and strategy, implementation of the Group of Ministers report on reform of national security system, defense cooperation with foreign countries, issues of multilateral forum, as well as matters pertaining to institutions like the Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, that is IDSA. Currently, Sir is pursuing research on violent extremism at IDSA, as well as a Ministry of Home Affairs project on action plan to counter radicalization of Indian youth. In December 2018, he was also deputed as a military advisor with the International Committee of the Red Cross for after-action review for the wars in Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. He has been invited to present papers at international conferences, notably at the Martins Reading at St. Petersburg, Russia in May 2019, and at the ICRC South Asia in July 2017. He regularly conducts international humanitarian law training for the UN missions at courses conducted by the Center for UN Peacekeeping in New Delhi. Sir, we are extremely honored to have you with us this afternoon, and we can't wait any further to listen to you. So I request you to kindly enlighten us all. Sir, please.
Thank you, Saubhya Sharma, and thank you, Bharatiya Vidyapeeth, Professor Revati, and your director. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to talk to young children and students who are going to be the future of this country. And the system is, this talk that we have today is on autonomous weapon systems and human rights. So, it's relatively, both of these topics are, something that people are really not aware about on an everyday basis. Like, though we all know our rights, but definitely the connection between this human rights and weapon systems is something that is very obtuse. Like, this is the layout of my presentation. I hope you can see the slides there.
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
so I'm going to talk about what is autonomous weapon systems, what is the difference between laws and other system, what is the need for autonomous weapons, what are the arguments against, what are the existing IHL as we all know it, which I'm sure you are law students, so you would know this. What are the issues at hand? What is our perspective? What are the options that we have? And what is the way ahead? Autonomous weapon systems are those weapon systems which doesn't require any human intervention, which makes, like, it's normally human beings who decide whether someone has to be shot at and killed, or wounded, or, maimed, or it has to be fired. But here, autonomous, the entire decision making is under the control of a machinery. It's a computer that actually takes a decision on whatever. So there's an absolutely absence of human supervision, meaning there's no link between the communication and control between them. Once it is launched, there's no communication thereafter. There's no human intervention at all. That's why it's called autonomous weapon systems. It's basically a system that thinks on its own. The International Committee for Red Cross, which is the mother lode of all our humanitarian laws. In fact, it is owed to them that we have the Geneva Conventions and the various progresses that we made. It is the ICRC defines it as any weapon system with an autonomy in its critical functions. That is, what are the critical functions? That is search or detect, identify, track, select, and attack. That is use force against, neutralize, damage, or destroy without any human intervention. That is the key. So what distinguishes this? All today, like even if you have a weapon, a rifle or a tank or an artillery gun, it's got a human interface. A person can stop. When he sees a child, he can actually stop from firing. He can stop, he can take a decision, he can take a spot decision, that other thing. But here, the machinery, once it's been launched into the system, it doesn't have a mind of its own to distinguish between friend and foe, women and children, civilian and combatant, nothing. But then the truth is, lethal autonomous weapon systems are the future systems where the weapon is the warrior. It's not a warrior with a weapon anymore. The weapon becomes a warrior. The reason why people are looking into lethal autonomous weapon systems, it reduces risk to human beings. It reduces exposure to dangerous missions to humans, like, bomb disposal and other places. You can see, in fact, a lot of places you use robots to dispose of the weapons and bombs and other. And it also allows, as increasingly in the West, there's a lot of problems in finding people to join the armed forces. You'll find machineries are easily deployable, they just have to be deployed. And then there's a quick decision making. There's no lethargy, there's no tired, there's no fatigue of war. Machines are always alert and forward. Now, some of the samples that we have of lethal autonomous, you all must be knowing about the North Korea, South Korea war that has been on. After the World War II, the first major battle that the world faced was a fight between the Koreans, the North Korea and the South Korea. And and India played a great role in that war. In fact, it's from the Neutral Repatriation Committee and the first medical mission headed by an Indian paratrooper, Colonel Rangaraj, was actually deployed there. It's celebrated today. The Koreans view Indians as heroes for all the role that General Timaya, General Thorat, and Colonel Rangaraj played there. Now, in this Korea, they have been at state of war. The 30th parallel is the parallel that divides North Korea and South Korea. You must read up on this. It's an interesting bit of history. And I've also written about it in the Forgotten Tales of Valor. You can read about that. In that, they have deployed between the North Korea and South Korea, you have a machinery system. It's a robo. It works side by side by people in the DMZ. It's the demilitarized zone. It's 160 kilometer, 2.5 wide strip of land that separates North Korea. And it potential threat, it notifies the command, and then it just shoots the weapon. It just shoots to kill any intruder. Then the Israelis have the Iron Dome missile system. It's again, as you see, you have a interceptor missile that is launched the moment any detection to the airspace is deducted violation. So it's again, and then you have the Patriot systems that are there, radar, it controls, and there's a missile launcher, and it explodes near the target. So it's again a great autonomous. It takes decision. You don't have humans here in this interface. It automatically works. The Americans have the Phalanx. It's CVIS. It's a close-in weapon for defense against anti-ship missiles. And a land-based variant is called the CRAM, and it has been deployed here. It's like these looks, it's also called R2-D2 after that famous droid in Star Wars. So what are the reasons why the world is moving towards autonomous weapon system? The reasons are easy to understand. It's there on the slide. It reduces exposure of one's own forces in an era where tolerance to casualties, body bags coming in is damaging to public opinion. You must have seen Seahawk Down in Somalia, where the images of the Seahawk being shot down and the American pilots being dragged around this thing led to the withdrawal of the American troops from Somalia in the 1990s, and they never ventured back. And the Somalian warlord was an Indian guy. Apparently, he had an Indian connection. Aidid was apparently from Kerala, where I come from. Kerala has been, you find Malayalis everywhere, like potatoes and onions. So these guys were ancestors were from Kerala. Aidid was a warlord, and they celebrated. And you see that pictures happening, and you see those kind of body bags and ill treatment of foreign soldiers being tortured, held captive. So, and that is detrimental to the foreign, like to the world opinion and things like that. And so you would like to withdraw your troops, and then and then this is what happened in Somalia. It descended into chaos. It's the same thing that happened in Afghanistan later on when they pulled out after 1979, after the Soviet Union's withdrawal, complete, the Taliban took over. So you see that kind of a thing where you don't want to expose. Then it's cost effective. Machineries are much cheaper than humans. You don't have to train them. You don't have to invest in their medical. You don't have to look after their families. You don't have to. Machinery is dead. You don't have to give lifelong pensions. A machine is dead and it's gone. It's over. It's thrown into the dump yard. So it's not like humans that you have to carry out a burden for the rest of your life. It has, and you also, when you have larger numbers of machinery, you can deploy them in larger numbers. They are inanimate. You don't have, your soldiers are freed from the stress of repetitive tasks. If you read World War One, those battlefield, that they fatigue that they had of staying in those trenches, being drenched there and having those trench foot and other things. The war dragged on for a long time and people were fatigued. There was demoralization, there was trauma, the stress. The same thing was noticed with people, Americans who were deployed in Vietnam War. They were fighting nobody's war and they were there. So this kind of frees them from the stress. It has a very fast decision-making ability, and it is accurate. It's always, uh, as it is programmed, and it can function in those environments. And you've seen that. You have an microwave, you can pre-program it to cook whatever you want. You have today things that are pre-programmed and it takes out exactly when you need it. So you've seen that it is very efficient. It reduces your time load. And they believe that in the future, just like the way we have developed machineries to help us at home and in our automobile industry and other industries, that machineries will be able to understand the nuances that are required and function under the ambit of the international human law, humanitarian law. So what are the arguments against the laws? The laws, basically, it's the ability to make complex ethical judgments, is that split-second decisions. When you see a child coming in, or a woman or an unarmed person going. So you must watch a movie called The Eye in the Sky. It's an Hollywood movie. It's about a drone attack and how they actually avert a drone attack when they see a child deployed outside, and to avoid unnecessary civilian casualties. It's about talking about how do you take decisions to call off things. So they believe that laws lacks in their judgment, and it can never meet the requirements of the Geneva Conventions and the Hague Conventions, etc. You all would have known what the Hague and the Geneva Conventions are. And in the future, an ability of replacing human troops could make, when you don't have to really deploy human beings in the battlefield, it might make it easier to send people to war. So that is another argument that, we might go to war much more easier when the war is distant from us. And then civilians could easily be targeted. The Americans did it in Vietnam, despite all the posturing they do. World War II, what we had in Nagasaki and Hiroshima was like targeting the civilians. The Allied, while the Nazis did it, today the Nazis and this don't exist. But the British side is also guilty of bombarding a city called Dresden. You must read about the bombardment of Dresden, the number of children killed, the number of women and children, and no, ancient buildings that were destroyed in the bombings. So they feel that, and it is still a recurrent memory in their. It remains in the memory as a plot that these were certain excesses carried out. Now, when you really don't have humans and you don't have people who go down, you actually can. It's an easier thing to you. Like even when they had the Agent Orange in Vietnam, and they burned down huge tracks to locate those. Those guys in Vietnam, the Viet Cong in North Vietnam, the battle in South Vietnam, the different the Danprung trail that is there, which is this to the Americans who bomb them and relentlessly disregarding the lives of women, children, and paddy fields and others. So if you didn't have that kind of a moral liability, then how would you have when you have a machinery that goes and no human beings are there to report of the atrocities that have taken place? That is the thing. Then there are ethical angles that, it talks about everything. I'm sure because you're law students, you would have understood the necessity, principles of necessity. That is, a military operation has to be really necessary. You can't launch an operation just to go and frighten people and kill people and beat them up. You need to have a proportion. Like I can't use a sledgehammer to kill a fly. I have to use a pistol to kill a person. I have to use a small arm to kill a person. I can't use a rocket launcher or an artillery gun to kill one person. So that proportionality factor. Then distinction, very clearly, combatants, non-combatants, people taking part in war, and even those who wear uniforms. There are nursing staff, there are hospital doctors, non-weapon holders. So these are also not legitimate targets. So those can't be. And then finally, the most important is if they do happen, like you have the War Crimes Tribunal, like you've seen that. If you see movies is nowadays on Netflix, you'll find Adolf Eichmann, and you find the World War II, you'll find the Tokyo trials. You must watch them because if you are going to be lawyers tomorrow, you must actually read about these things, about understanding how they apportion blame onto the people who took decisions. So in this case, if they do take place, excesses do take place, then who can be blamed? The military commander who deployed it, or the programmer who made the weapon, or is it the manufacturer who made this in large numbers, or the robo? Robo can't be punished. So if you watch movies like Terminator, then you'll understand. So what does the IHL say? You must read the 1977 Protocol of Geneva Convention. This is the additional protocol that has come in 1977. There were two additional protocols, Additional Protocol 1 and Additional Protocol 2. Both of them have the Article 36 in which it says the study is an under obligation to determine whether its employment would in any way be prohibited by the protocol or by any other international law applicable to the high contract. So they actually made a blanket order to cover that, okay, any weapon that we may develop in the future would be covered by the existing laws. But then, it's a very vague thing. It's like saying that, oh, we should not harm each other. It's not. It should be very clear, like a protocol which says like we have a protocol between the Chinese and that we shall not cross so-and-so line. We shall not carry weapons beyond so-and-so thing. That kind of a distinction is required. So we had this progress and discussions and all led to the United Nations Convention on Prohibition of Certain Use of Conventional Weapons, which may be deemed to be excessively injurious or have indiscriminate effect. In short, it is called CCW. CCW protocol provides a mechanism for monitoring the legality of weapons and a framework convention to address weapons of particular concern to the international community. Now, what all does CCW cover? So you can have a look at this. India is a signatory to the 121 to the 5 protocols that are currently in vogue, and India along with 121 other countries are party to this. And I've attended these meetings in Geneva. It's held in the month of November, December, and then we have a group of experts that are composed in which we debate about the things. So the protocol 1 prohibits any weapon whose aim is to injure by fragments which are not detectable. In other words, you cannot use non-metallic metallic fragments. You cannot use blinding laser weapons. You cannot use landmines, booby traps, and everything that does not have a detectable component. So you want to use, firstly, there's a landmine monitor that they want to work and completely ban the landmines. But the CCW says that they've realized the inevitability of using. It says that you must have minimum 7 grams of metal in it so that a mine detector can detect it. Because once the thing is deployed, it should be easy to remove it because wars are not going to last forever. The demining operations is much easier when you have a detectable component in it. Today you have landmine detectors and you have robots doing the job. And then, of course, Protocol 3 restricts the incendiary weapons that is actually intends to burn down people. You see those old movies, you find people going around with flamethrowers and everything. into the thing. So those incendiary weapons are actually born, and weapons like Agent Orange, the Americans used in Vietnam to burn down forests and all, are actually restricted by this. Protocol 5 is about blinding laser weapons, that you cannot use laser weapons to blind people. Protocol 5 is on the exploded remnants of war. These are basically meant for the cluster bombs. Cluster bombs are things that are dropped from an airline or a delivery system. And out of one bomb, many bombs will come out. Many bombs will come out, and then they go and deploy. So like a shell falls in a particular area, you know that area, you can demarcate that area. But when a shell falls, that shell is sending out fragments in many directions. And now, depending on the terrain, if it's on a mountain, it might roll down, it might go far away. And there a young child might see a beautiful, shiny little thing and pick it up and it'll explode in his hand. So it sets out the obligations that all the people who develop these kind of weapon systems, how should they actually create these weapons? Whether these should have a self-destruction mechanism, whether they should be, like what are the method in which they can actually be deployed, and other things are being laid out. And we are planning, and the CCW is planning to include. So in the laws, what comes? It comes, there's a responsibility gap. What are the moral issues I just want to pick? What is the ability of the systems to meet the IHL? And what are the decision making? How can you leave the decision at the hands of a machine? So, so the issues that were debated and can never reach consensus. If you ever go to any of these conventions in Geneva or New York, you'll find that you can never reach. The big proxy powers like Americas and others will use their proxies. Like a country like Burkina Faso will move a motion, and because every country has a equal vote in the thing, so then that whole thing gets withheld. So you'll never reach a consensus. Which are the other things that can never reach a consensus is the definition of terrorism. So there are many things like this the United Nations or this have not been able to reach. And AI is a thing. They say that it depends upon AI. It's a distinct possibility. Only 6 countries in the world are known to have made advances. They are US, UK, China, South Korea, Israel, and Russia. And they don't know whether it should be called a weapon system or a weapon platform, or whether it can come under the arms control treaty like a nuclear weapon. What are the range, payload, and all that? Cannot be. So countries like Germany, China, Israel, South Korea, and United are moving towards a system that will give. There's no doubt about it that they've really made great advances. China has made great advances, and it is an inevitability, like you see, and every generation goes through this. You've seen that in Azerbaijan and Armenia, where drones were deployed and they attacked the tanks and they destroyed them. And Pakistan, because they're only producing terrorists and nothing else, they lack expertise in these things. They're really dependent on all other things so they are working with companies like Holy See, countries like Holy See. Holy See is the Vatican and others to complete prohibition, because they don't have any expertise. They want a complete prohibition. So the Indian perspectives is that we don't have any laws in the pipeline. It's for the sake. It's not a strategic goal so far. Our DRDO or other agencies, we are, companies like Tata's and others are in the process of creating, automated driverless cars and others. And it's a matter of time, because Indian enterprise is, is astounding. Yesterday, the Secretary General Guterres mentioned that Indian vaccine is the lifesaver for the world. The ability of India to produce the vaccine that has been there in this COVID has been a lifesaver. And India is capable, so it's not, we may not be anywhere so far and under the government machinery, but it's a matter of time. So march of technology cannot be stopped, and India will actually overtake, I'm sure. But we must be able to do this before an imposition of a total ban, or proceed with few new. We made a mistake in the nuclear proliferation treaty. There was the Baba Atomic Research Center headed by, the Homi Baba was a nuclear scientist, which many of you must do a research on him. he had come up with the idea called Atoms for Peace, where he wanted and everything. And then he had come and told Nehru that we can actually have an atom bomb, deployed in the next in 18 months. And then just like the nuclear scientists were killed in Iran, and if you do a little bit of Google deep research, you'll find all our nuclear scientists have been killed or eliminated. Like Homi Bhabha was killed in an air crash over the Swiss Alps in the Tata Air India airline called the Kanchenjunga. There was a mysterious bomb blast that took place. Homi Bhabha was killed like that. Vikram Sarabhai, who was again a great scientist, was also a young man who was athlete, teetotaler, was also dead in Trivandrum. He died in the thing. So we lost out the race, and then we were not part of the NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty. China was a part of the treaty because they exploded the nuclear bomb before we did. And they said there's a cutoff date. All of those who've done this before this can possess nuclear weapons, and the others can't, which is a ridiculous system. If you look at it, it's blatantly unfair. It was for ethical reasons that we had chosen not to explode the bomb in the early days. And then when we did in 1974, it was called the Peaceful Buddha, the Smiling Buddha, and Indira Gandhi had carried out her peaceful nuclear explosion. But we were kept out. It's only the 123 agreement that came about in 2007 and 8 that actually allowed us to get back the benefits that are there. So we lost vital amount of period in terms of development of our nuclear technology, nuclear power for peaceful uses and others. So we shouldn't end up in a similar situation. So what I feel is that I don't think it's a complete ban is ever possible because it's not going to be effective. And no one, there's a ban on nuclear weapons. Does that prevent Pakistan from having nuclear weapons? No. Does that prevent someone else from North Korea? It doesn't. So there's nothing we can actually do. So it's not a thing. And neither is a moratorium going to come about because it's not a, the whole world can never see they can't get together on one definition, You must go to these meetings. It's like a marketplace. It looks very good when you see on television, but you'll realize all the thing that goes on, the press side meetings and everything. And then they prop up proxies and they make them put up motions and then the whole the system is held to see. And moral self-regulation, I don't think it's going to ever happen because the ones who have a moral thing that we will not have nuclear weapons or will be the kind like Pakistan who can't make them, or will be countries like Sweden and Switzerland and all that who really believe in these things, which are really not capable. The ones who need to have a regulation of the countries like America, China, Russia, Israel, and countries, big countries which are capable of actually altering the course of human history. So we also should have a thing. So what we must understand is that these are inevitable systems, just like tanks replaced horses, just like, rockets replaced our archers and everything. You must understand that these are going to come up. So we must choose and propose decisions. We must, what are the areas? These are certain things that I want you all to. It's too technical for you to right now focus it because you're still in college, but I thought I will just go through this. We need to have laws. There's no doubt about it. Same reasons why which we need to do. We should be prepared for the future. We've always been overwhelmed by superior technology, whether it's the advent of Babur's cannons in 1526 in the Battle of Panipat, or whether it's the musket and the front-loading guns by the British in against us. They overwhelmed their better superior training. So we should be prepared for a future warfare, and we should be in a forefront of all these things. What can we do? We should have weapons autonomy policy, doctrine, seminars with think tank, collaborate with colleges. Your colleges should have, debates between your students and understand where are these weapon systems going to go and various things. And internationally, we need to work towards a definition, identify the challenges, identify human rights and ethical issues, and bring about a focus on norms of usage, just like the nuclear weapons cannot be used, and what are the things that you have, what are the controls that you have, we can actually have. But I don't think it's possible, honestly, because I don't think any country would let go and something that's going to be deployed in such large scales. So that brings me to my last slide, and I'm 30 minutes into my thing. So hand over to back to Saubya and Dr. Professor Revati is there.
Yes, I'm right here. I'm right here. Can I just ask Sobia to please continue? Sobia?
Thank you so much, sir. You have very convincingly enumerated the advantages of artificial intelligence, highlighting the advantages keeping our military on the focal point. Each one of us is really pleased to have been a part of this captivating session. We shall now proceed with the question and answer session, or more appropriately to be known as the brainstorming session. So, with your permission, may I now begin with the first question?
Please go ahead.
So, sir, the first question is liability and accountability in case of collateral damage or civilian damage by armed forces is itself very weak currently due to laws. What do you have to say on that?
That's what I said. It's like the law of the road. You have a road which is used by everyone, big trucks, small trucks, pedestrians, dogs, horses. But just, you seen it's like a traffic signal in India. The ones who get through, Very rarely do people, offenders get caught. So we really can't believe that, oh, yeah, they're going to declare them. So, oh, yeah, I made a mistake. How many of the traffic offenders have you seen that, yeah, I made a mistake, I hit the pedestrian? My fault, please arrest me. It doesn't happen. So that's just the same law, that same mentality of the law of the road that actually functions here. It's the Americans can get away with this thing, but they've actually committed. I was in Iraq and Syria and Yemen, and I've seen like what that country was. My father used to be in Iraq for a while when it was under Saddam Hussein, and I remember seeing pictures of then, and I remember going to Mosul now and seeing it. It's been completely razed to the ground. Now that is a country that is the only country that actually, produced ladies as doctors and others. But the fact is, the Americans decided and they raised it. But out of 11 of those hijackers were Saudi Arabian. But they went and bombed Iraq back to the medieval ages, and they've done the same in Syria. So if Syria again, you Google and you can see you can see Damascus and other places. They were all bombed. Now who is accountable? You look at Vietnam. Go to Vietnam and see. Look at what's happened there. Look at North Korea. That's happening. What's happened to North Korea? North Korea and South Korea. On one side, you have like a lot of light and everything, and the other side is complete darkness. So to believe that, okay, somebody's going.
I believe there's a network issue. Let's just give Sir a minute. I think Sir's facing some network issues and he had to leave the call. Let's just wait for him to join again. I've just talked to sir. He'll be joining in a minute. Kindly wait. Welcome back, sir. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So we could not listen your answer. You only got disconnected before we could actually hear you. So could you please repeat? Sir, you are on mute.
Yeah. So can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So it's like this, that is the law of the jungle, a law of the road, where you've seen people, there's very rarely do you find people, because there's no penalty for not adhering to the laws. Very rarely. It's only the loser who actually pays for it. So in the World War II also, it was the Japanese and the Germans who went to jail. But the excesses committed by the Allies power were never brought to justice, So you see, it's not like as if only one side commits all the time. So the monitoring ability of people to so it requires a lot of oversight mechanism is required, a large number of other things. It's unlikely, like even after the nuclear non-proliferation, still North Korea and Pakistan have had made weapons. India was much ahead. We're not a rogue nation, and we've never ever proliferated our technology to other countries. We've never, like the Abdul Khan, AQ Khan network that actually delivered silkworm and other things for other countries. So it's not possible. I don't see a reason in which such weapon systems can be brought on the ambit of So your next question.
Yes, sir. So the next question is, could fully autonomous weapons comply with the requirements of international humanitarian law to protect civilians in armed conflict?
What I'm saying is that it's rarely that. One second, let me switch off the other one. Have I gone again?
No, sir, but I believe two devices are running together, so there's a lot of echo.
Yeah, am I okay now? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. So, even with the existence of those 4 Geneva Conventions in 1949, probably we are the only country that actually adheres to conventions in the way it is made. In 1971, when we had those 90,000 prisoners, we actually treated them well. We gave them, afforded them dignity. We transported them back, and we don't have any extra. So I remain today. Bangladesh remains indebted to us, still look up to us, and others. But if you see what's happened in Yugoslavia, Croatia, Serbia, and other places, the way the bombardments were done. You see what's happened in Afghanistan. Like $18 trillion have been spent. People have been. If you had spent that kind of money into rebuilding Afghanistan, you would have had every street would have been paved with gold there. So it would have been a new Dubai. But the fact is, there's a lot of fascination for power, fire, power, violence. It actually stuns you into submission. Whereas adhering to rules and laws and all are so boring. You'll find your students also. You tell them to do something, they'll do the exact opposite. isn't it? So there's some thrill in breaking the law, jumping the red light, so that's, there'll never be a time when any country would be fully compliant there might be some Scandinavian countries, there might be some countries like ours who believe in the morality of all those things. We place a lot of moral emphasis, and so that kind of a thing is it's rare in today's real politics. You don't find that you don't find that Russians doing it, you don't find Chinese doing it, you won't find the Pakistanis doing it. Who are your potential enemies? They'll never do it. You'll find the Americans doing it. They didn't do it in Vietnam, they didn't do it in Afghanistan. So it's the law of the big truck. The big truck, the rules are set by those people who. So I don't think even if the laws are there, they wouldn't really be in a position to be followed to the hill. Proliferation wouldn't have taken place. Nuclear weapons wouldn't have come. Laws were effective, in governing human beings.
Thank you, sir. In fact, the other question that we have here is based on the Indian laws only, which says, do you think Indian laws need an overhauling before introducing artificial intelligence machines into the Indian army?
See, I don't think we need any overhauling in any. Every law needs to catch up with the times that they are actually meant for. So, in that sense, it is. But as far as our excesses, the Indian Republic that we've had now, and since times immemorial, the stories that we've had, whether it's Mahabharata or Ramayana, everything, like it's a story about regulating human conduct and human behavior. We played a lot of emphasis on how we actually conduct ourselves in everyday, not only battle. And that's why you read about Ashwatthama roaming around the whole, he's never going to die because he killed young children in their sleep. And that is the punishment that he has, that he'll never he'll live a life of solitude, and he roams around. And people never looked up to Abhimanyu being killed when he was unarmed and defenseless. And even Bhishma was accused of being, in attacking someone who was weaponless. So if you look at the stories that come through those kind of epics and your conduct, and we all know that those invaders who came, he left him, and then finally his body was dragged there. When he was defeated, he was actually defeated and taken away. So there's something very, even in our own behavior, exceptions take place. I'm not denying that all Indian armed forces are absolute mistakes do happen. But in majority of the cases, these are deliberate choices. We've seen our conduct in Sri Lanka. We've seen our conduct in Bangladesh. And the country wouldn't be coming here and marching on the Rajpath if they didn't look up to you. So Indian laws, Indian behavior, I'm really proud to belong to some country like India, where a lot of emphasis is placed on our social responsibilities, on our moral duties, on our understanding. These are things are lacking in other civilizations and cultures. One of the reasons why I had this argument with one of my colleagues when I was there I had an Australian colleague. He said, "Oh, I went to India. They're full of bloody dogs, cats, cows, and people around." And that I said, "Yeah, just because we don't go and kill them and say that okay, this is our land now. What the Australians did is they went and killed all the Aborigines and they took over their land. The Americans killed the Red Indians and took over their land. Whereas we learned to live with each other. We are a civilization that has actually adapted itself to its." To accept people's differences. And we are a country that has accepted everyone who's come. If you see the story, there's never been. So despite all the narratives that you want to be spread by certain vested parties, you must understand, civilizationally, we are a very superior set of people, the entire. And that's why Guterres had to say that India, the world's hope depends on India, because the vaccine making capacity of Indians is amazing in this corona. And even in the World War, you see the kind of people that are, the story of Parsis when they came here to India, they were persecuted from Iran. Persia was a country, it's taken over by the Islamic regime, and they threw out the old Parsi regime, the Zarathustra, and they threw them out. And then they came to a place called Navsari. And when they landed there, the Raja said that I don't have any space for you. And he sent them a bowl of milk and saying, just like my land is full, and the Parsis added sugar into it, and they sent it back, said, we will not displace you, we'll only sweeten your land. And they've done that. And Jews in Kerala, you come to Cochin, that is the only place that the Jews had equal rights as others. They could, where everywhere else in the world, they were hated by Russia, or whether they were in Poland or in Germany or anywhere else. But here, they had their own synagogues, and they had their own trading rights. And it's true of all races. So the thing is, we learn to coexist with people, and our laws are, if you look at the way we were in 1947, in modern times, modern memory of your fathers and your uncles and grandparents, we were a very poor country. We lived in, extremely bad circumstances. We were not capable of producing our own food. We lived on aid coming in from America called PL 480, which delivered Parthenium wheat to all our cities like Bangalore and all. Today we have Parthenium wheat growing here. It's all come from America. So the thing is, we never grow. But today we are a food surplus country in every damn thing. We produce the maximum number of grains. We are the world's largest producer of milk. We are the largest producer of jute and cotton and anything. Or either the first, we are in the first three for every single thing that you can actually count. So it's an amazing turnaround, and we are now the breadbasket for the world. Like I remember, we used to get rations, 5 liters of kerosene oil. Today, children just order things on thing and it's delivered there. You have to go and stand in lines for getting 5 kgs of atta and rice, but today it's home delivered to you. So India is an amazing country. Our laws are great. It's going to happen. It's only going to get better. So don't have to worry about India having to change its laws, because Indian forces, Indian businessmen, Indian people, Indian workers, they have some ethics ingrained in them. You go to villages also, you'll find that. There may not be any convention. It's only when you get, you get into this that you find that despite all the violations, I had this argument with this guy. He says, you guys go around raping women. I said, excuse me, if I take the statistics of Australia, then as per Australian standards, the Australians, I said, the way you go around killing brown skins and others, like we had a guy who was still there. I said, we don't have those kind of things happening in our country. It shouldn't happen at all. Murders, rapes, this thing shouldn't happen. But we, most generally, we adhere to the law. That's why you've seen the army behave itself very well in CI ops. It has behaved very well in, we've never used a weapon. We've never used a gunship in Kashmir or in Punjab or in Manipur or Nagaland or Assam or anywhere. We never used long range guns, or never used. It's always been hand to hand. We prefer to take casualties on our own side rather than make an error of judgment and, and create an embarrassment for the thing. So the laws will come in. I definitely know when it is going to be deployed, it's going to be deployed with ethic. Like, look at the way, if it was in America, what is happening today in the farmer protests, they would have all been shot. You seen that guy, that black guy who was killed. He was just he was bloody murdered there. And they fired on the protesters. Here we err on our, we make mistakes. We actually take casualties on our own side, not to make a mistake, so that one innocent life is not lost. So I agree, laws will go through the changes, but inherently we are a civilization that knows how to adhere to the laws of dharma. Whether any part of the world, any part of the country you're coming in from, we have that ability to understand.
Definitely, sir. Most definitely. We all here agree to what you just said, that we are all very, very proud of being Indians. So coming towards the last question of the session. After the war in Yemen, Saudi Arabia, and Syria, human rights activists wanted to use AI for trial of war crimes. So can it be possible to check the same in the backdrop of Kashmir as well?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. After the war in Yemen, Saudi Arabia, and Syria, human rights activists wanted to use AI for trial of war crimes. So can it be possible to check the same in the backdrop of Kashmir as well?
I didn't get the question, because what war crime is happening in Kashmir? This is, let me give you the history of Kashmir firstly. You must get it right, okay? There are 526 princely states in this country that has become the Union of India. The options that are given is either to cede to India or to Pakistan. There was no option to remain independent. Now, there was a country called Balochistan, there was Northeastern Frontier Province. They wanted to be part of, Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan wanted to be part of India. You understand? If you read a little bit of history, read about Balochistan, read NFPP, they wanted to be. Now, the British are one of the most devious people in the world. They look very nice, they talk very sweet, and they give you like, we speak English language and they are very sophisticated. But all the crimes that are happening in the world is thanks to those British and the French, that borders that they've drawn in Iraq, Syria, Yemen. These are absolutely artificial boundaries. A guy who has never seen India comes and draws a boundary line between India that has lived peacefully, which has produced, the greatest thoughts in the world, greatest literature. The first spoken words in the world were produced in this Indian subcontinent. Mathematics, astronomy, everything that is produced, you must be proud of that fact. And now, like I said, that our civilization has learned to accept people. They talk about untouchabilities. I must tell you about this concept of untouchability, which has come in here. It's when the West, when they, or in other parts of the world, when they were actually capturing people, they used to massacre them, and piles of, you read Timur Lane's thing, you'll find piles of skulls made. But here, when a battle was over, the people who were conquered were called untouchable, not as in the other way. They were untouchable, their lives were not touchable. And they were allowed to continue to live in their own communities. They were brought here as slaves, but they were not. But it has been misinterpreted for us, and now we've made it. And then, of course, because all the invaders came in and used those kind of things, and now when Britain was losing its power, World War II took place, they depleted completely. They were not capable of taking on and staying on in India. And then, it is in India, it's a massive country. The wealth was here depleting. So they decided that we need to vacate India, because it's not possible. Quit India movement had started. There were other problems. So what did they do? They propped up a guy like Jinnah, who said that, okay, you need to create a problem for, a demand for a Muslim country. And then they found a pliant guy and they created a country. And then you read the great game, okay? Read about what Russia was, read about China, and understand. Please read those things to understand. Kashmir has never been a problem of really thing. It has been a problem that has been kept alive because the Britishers wanted to control. The Pakistanis were an agent of the West. They were part of the CENTO, they were part of the SEATO, they were part of all the other things that you wanted to be. They provided a front line against the communism. So as long as they were there, the war against Afghanistan was fought from Pakistan shore. The war in Gulf War was fought here. The war in Afghanistan, currently as we know it, was fought from these guys. So they created an artificial construct. They funded their entire thing, created a narrative which was there, EU is to come. Now why? And you tell me, what rights does Gilgit-Baltistan and other regions have in that areas that are actually traditionally belonging to the Maharaja of Kashmir? Aksai Chin, through which the national highway, the Chinese highway connecting Tibet to Xinjiang, goes through territories that are held by India, which are supposed to be ceded to India. The Karakoram highway, which has come from Gwadar, which is a port which wanted to be part of India, which is not allowed to be because the British said that if Gwadar goes to India, then you oversee the entire Persian Gulf, and then you have an Indian power which is not. And in 1971, when a genocide was being committed in Bangladesh, millions of people were massacred by Tika Khan and Yahya Khan. Who supported them? Kissinger and Nixon. The British moved the HMS, this thing from the Gulf of Aden, and the 7th Fleet flowed up here. Now, we were a democracy, we are protecting them. So please get this thing right about the narratives, There was never a war. You ask yourself, is there really a problem? Like I told you, like the gunships and helicopters, and I know I've lost more coastmates in Kashmir than I can have. 300 of us passed out, 30 of us died there. 1/10 of our coastmates are dead there. And they died. Why? Because I wouldn't use a rocket launcher to kill those people. I'm not trained to, when I see a civilian child, I know that my moral worth cannot be placed higher than them. So that question, like I know it for myself, it is there, it comes in our own training. You show me a Pakistani who treats what's happening in Balochistan today, what's happening in Gwadar, people are just being shot blank. You go to Gilgit-Baltistan. So there's this concept of war in Kashmir. I think it's a very, very Western. You read only, you don't read the history and you just see what has been written out by the Pakistani press. Go and ask the Pakistanis, common Pakistanis, whether they have anything happening around. They've sold their, mortgaged their country. Firstly, they mortgaged it to the West. Now they mortgaged it to the Chinese. So, and talk about freedoms and liberties. What you enjoy in this country is unmatchable, in terms of anywhere else in the world. The progress that we made, like I told you, from a food deficient and an impoverished country to what we are today. So So this war in Kashmir narrative, I don't know who brings out that war in Kashmir has to be documented. There are no excesses that are being done. There are mistakes that are made, errors of judgment people have made, and they are getting court-martialed. Do you know that the rate of court-martialing that is taking place in Indian Army is much higher than anywhere, and people get caught. Fake killings take place. That man is going to be cashiered. He's going to be stripped of his rank, humiliated, and put in jail. So it happens here. When it comes to light, people do it. It does. There are things, but the reason why this Kashmir problem existed, it's not because of an indigenous movement that is there and people looking for aspiration. And if you ask me honestly, would they really want to be part of Pakistan? You look at others human development indexes in that country. Look at how they've responded to what. Look at where we are today. We were a poor country. We were both at par, Pakistan and India. So Pakistan, India were 1947 today. Today we are racing with the top 8 countries in the world. You have the Secretary General of UN saying that the only hope for the world is India. You know, we are producing scientists. We have all our CEOs are heading. The biggest companies in the world are headed by our people. Our people are delivering, humanitarian aid. Our people are delivering technology. People are producing the greatest, latest innovations in the world are produced by us. And what are they producing? They're producing terrorists like Mullah Omars and providing safe haven to Talibans, and they're giving, Hafiz Saids and what else are they? What do you have as a list of achievement? They are the CEOs of all the big terror companies in the world. So please understand this narrative about Kashmir being, war crimes in India under occupation. You must go and read 1947 history. It is a depleted foreign power, a colonial power which bled our country completely, impoverished us, sucked our blood out of our country, and left us, bleeding. And then they wanted to continue to dominate this one. And the only way they could actually sit on the junction of Russia, China, and the Persian Gulf was having a piece of real estate right there, overlooking the Persian Gulf, connecting to Russia. And that's the reason why this whole narrative was created. So you must understand the history and then place it in understand that, yeah, there is a problem here. And those who pity you and all these guys who tell you, oh my God, please let me know, are these the ones who are actually coming? Like, you must also do a comparison about how response to when you have a flood or a disaster. You see what happens in America when Katrina happened. Looting took place there. Do you know that the forces took like 72 hours to deliver there, reach there and take them, and looting took place? Does it happen in India? In Kerala, we were under water 2 years ago completely. Not the crime rate came down in that period. You just Google it and see. It's available. Its statistics are available. NCRB is there. Crime rates came down. People helped each other. Communities went. Same thing happens in Kashmir. So don't buy this narrative that Indians are committing excesses in Kashmir. The kind of freedoms that we enjoy is unmatched anywhere in the world. And so anyone who tells you this, you must just tell them, mind your own business. We don't need you to tell us about how to run our country, because we've really done a great job. We are the country that is the world's largest democracy. Do you know the effort it takes to go and take every single vote? Every vote counts. Even for one person's vote, the entire system deploys helicopters and takes people there, and they set up a voting machine and they do that. And it's an amazing. This is a country that in the whole subcontinent, this is the country that democracy has worked, where people's voices are heard. And it matters. It's not just like we're going and sitting in Kashmir as if it's like some kind of an occupation. We don't have a highway going and connecting China from we don't have a highway connecting from Gwadar to go into China. So you please understand that. So that is the thing that you must, before you ask, what are the other counterparts of China doing? Why is Aksai Chin with the Chinese? Aksai Chin and Mount Kailash and Mansarovar are part of the territories held by the Maharaja of Kashmir. Ladakh and those territories were all part of Kashmir. So where are they now? What's happened in those areas? Look at the Tibetans, what's happened to them. In Tibet, in Han, Chinese are sitting there, occupying areas and sitting as priests in the monasteries, age-old monasteries that are there. So you must ask those questions. Where are the fundamental, what's happening to Xinjiang Muslims? What's happening to the people there who are, being so the freedoms that we enjoy here is, so there's nobody who can say that the same thing is happening here, ethnic cleansing is happening, or concentration camps are being put through. So this war in Kashmir is a bit of a thing. I'm sorry, I get a bit, well, I know the sacrifices we made. I myself got shot there, and I know how many civilians I protected. I could have just, hello, like the Americans say, get a bomber and an aircraft comes and bombs delivers some 50,000 pounds of bombs and you'll find the enemy dead somewhere there. Yeah, some civilians have also died. Doesn't matter. So that's yes, Sabia.
Ma'am, you want to say something?
I just completely agree with what sir has said. Maybe the question has been framed in an wrong manner altogether. It is not one that has an applicability in the Indian context, I believe. So I completely agree with what sir has said. So with this, we come to the end of the question and answer session. This has been an huge opportunity to for all of us. We consider ourselves very fortunate to have had the opportunity to listen to your session. Was all that it promised to be and a little more, sir. We hope that you also enjoyed the session, sir. We hope that we get the opportunity to get associated with you again very soon.
Surely, look forward.
Thank you so much, sir. I, on behalf of the entire New Law College family, thank you a lot for taking out time for this session and articulately answering the queries of our participants. We really have a lot to take back home and we look forward to learning from you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We are now at the very end of our two-day online international workshop on artificial intelligence and law. May I please request Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande, our in-charge principal, to kindly speak a few words. Ma'am, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Revati. The workshop was wonderful and a really informative session. Now the concluding part. There is an inseparable link between law and artificial intelligence. As we all know that it is the law which lays down the code of conduct for all the individuals and the legal entities. So obviously it is the law which is going to define the scope of the utility of artificial intelligence. Today, we are in the age of digital technology and hence artificial intelligence is much appreciated and demanded. We had certain issues which were discussed in the 2 days workshop. The first issue was that, is the society prepared for artificial intelligence, a society like the Indian society? Now, I would like to say, and as all of you all must be knowing, that every society is dynamic. No society is static, it keeps on changing. And history has proved, history has shown us that every time there is a change, the society eventually adapts and adopts the change. So even for the artificial intelligence, the society is eventually going to adopt and adapt the artificial change in the artificial utility of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a concept wherein now it no longer remains optional. It has become non-optional. The advantages are many because it gives us, it can predict, it can give us ready-made analysis, it is gives us fast action, easy action, saves time, saves energy, and many other aspects which were discussed in the 2-day workshop. So there is no denying of the fact that artificial intelligence and its utility is massive. Now, another aspect which was discussed, that will the artificial intelligence make some people lose their jobs? Unfortunately, it may happen so because certain jobs which were done physically, maybe because of artificial intelligence, they may be made through the device. But at the same time, there will be another vistas of different jobs which would be open. So there would be a change in the nature of the jobs which are coming through and which will be losing. like we would, because of the artificial intelligence, we are going to need somebody to develop the device, maintain the device, work on the device, technical assistance, and all the other related things. So perhaps there would be a change in the nature of the jobs. Yes, unfortunately, we would not be able to switch over the job so easily because it requires certain knowledge, skill, and of course certain training. So that period may be a difficult period wherein few lose the job, and at the same time new jobs are open. Now, as no concept or no equipment man-made is perfect like that, similarly, AI also would not be so very perfect, and there are certain limitations of the artificial intelligence. The first, and which was discussed in length, is the protection of data. Yes, it is a serious issue wherein we have to really develop the law. Developing law is one aspect, and the actual implementation of that law would be a different aspect. Many a times the law is there, but it is not implemented or it is not followed, and this creates various problems. So the protection of data would be a very intricate issue as far as the artificial intelligence is concerned, which gives rise to another issue, that is, what about the personal rights, the private rights? So privacy again would be put into a hazardous position as far as the utility of artificial intelligence is concerned. The issues of security, safety, transparency of the utilization of data is a real problematic area wherein we have to devise a very good law which balances both the advantages of artificial intelligence and the protection of the rights on the other hand. Another important aspect is the ethical issue of artificial intelligence. Yes, ethics, it is absolutely necessary that artificial intelligence device is made with certain ethical requirements. The person developing the app should be objective and neutral so that there is less problem. Otherwise, if a particular human error or a bias enters that app, then the consequences will be very far-fetching, as we already know, and yesterday it was discussed about the racial discrimination of artificial intelligence. So this would lead into injustice, and then the whole purpose of artificial intelligence and its utility may water down. Another serious limitation of artificial intelligence, which I feel, is the judicial creativity. What happens to the judicial creativity, or how will the judicial process develop? Judicial creativity or judicial process is one of the backbones of our common law legal system, wherein the judges really make the law. Now, the artificial intelligence works on the facts or the data which is already fed into the system. And judicial creativity is not something which is actually there, and that is why it is judicial creativity or a new precedent is made. So the judge has to have the freedom to develop a particular law or interpret a particular law in another way which was never interpreted before. So here there is a little limitation to the artificial intelligence, and we, being common law legal system, as I said earlier, judicial processes are a backbone. We do not have a system like the civil law legal system wherein the judges are not allowed to interpret just to apply the law. Over there, perhaps artificial intelligence may have more utility, but in our system, wherein judicial process plays a major role in development of the law, then artificial intelligence has got a serious limitation as far as uh, judicial creativity is concerned. Now, as has been said by Sumit Chandra, that yes, artificial intelligence cannot replace the human intelligence. It is a fact. There is a human touch which our Indian society believes in and functions upon it. Slowly, perhaps the value of the human touch may decrease as the technology develops. But today, yes, the human touch plays a major role, and many a times the people get confidence through the human touch rather than the machine or the technology. Many of the Indians, especially the senior citizens, may have an aversion to the app or the technology, and when a lawyer gives them an advice, they feel confident rather than the app giving the whatever solution or whatever remedy which is offered. So what I feel is artificial intelligence has got definitely much utility, but there is always a but, that artificial intelligence should be used in an intelligent way, and in no way artificial intelligence can replace the human intelligence. So with this concluding note, I conclude. Thank you so much. Revati, I hand over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. So, as we come to the end of this two-day online international workshop on artificial intelligence and law, I would like to take this opportunity to place and record my gratitude to a lot of people very quickly. At the outset, I thank all our resource persons and guests for having taken out time from their busy schedule and joining us. I just want to make a special mention of how all our resource persons ensure that all our sessions went off very smoothly without any glitches. So thank you. I also wish to place on record my words of gratitude to our most important source of inspiration and guidance, Dr. Bhagyashree Deshpande, in charge principal of our college, New Law College, Pune. Ma'am, it is your vision that continues to guide us in each step that is taken by the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Law. My next words of gratitude are towards Dr. Sapna Sukradev, the head of the Legal Research Center here at New Law College, for her unrelenting support towards making this event a resounding success. I also thank Dr. Sagar Shelke Patil, the head of the Legal Research Center, for his words of confidence at every step that we have taken. I believe that the association of the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Law and the Legal Research Center has initiated a very significant discussion on artificial intelligence and law. I also thank Dr. Aman Mishra, member of the advisory board of the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Law, for having supported us in this initiative. I thank all the faculty members of New Law College for their continued support. I also thank all the other invitees and members of the legal fraternity for having joined us. I have a very special mention to make here to the student members of the center, Sobia and Gauri, for very ably anchoring all the 10 sessions of the workshop. Aditya sir and Anmol for their unfailing technical support. Gauri and Himanshu for the lovely posters and promotional material that has been receiving so much appreciation. And Yash, Krishnakant Suchain, Abhishek, Abhinav, and Lakshita for their support with streamlining the question answer process. Finally, I thank.
1 minute. Revati, may I just interrupt you?
Yes, ma'am, please.
I would like to thank Revati because she has done a wonderful job of handling the workshop in such an efficient manner. It was really marvelous the way you have handled. So really, thank you. This workshop would not be possible if without Revati. If you
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So you have done an excellent job. Thank you, Revati.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Finally, I thank all our participants for their amazing enthusiasm. We hope that this event was beneficial to all of you and brings about a much needed discussion on the interplay of artificial intelligence and law. Thank you, one and all. Have a great day.